Hopefully this is better now, but I will need to restart doing the grid as it was, so give me just a moment. Get everything with our reading of the grid. Hopefully, Marvy, that should be better. But we will start once more with the 772 BMW M4 GT3 with Blank and Terzaka behind the wheel. The number 123 Ford Mustang with the U Amateurs team of Rajnov, Zaitsev, and Kirichenko. The number 71, should I be able to find them again, they're in the Northern Lights Racing Team McLaren with Virolainen and Azur. The SRN Motorsport Aston Martin with Kutz, Leibitzer, and Lawuger, the number 153. The number 328 Nova Sport. Number 328 Nova Sport Ferrari with Nielsen and Searle behind the wheel. The number 272 Vindex Motorsport Team VM BMW M4 with Vitor Bolas and Evangelista. The number 59 Solo should be in the BMW M4, the AM Racing BMW with Worth behind the wheel. The number 34 Too Slow Racing BMW, shouldn't be able to miss it, that pink and purple BMW going around the track. Does look quite a bit like a pink pig. Ingham and Langley, you can see Ingham as a Dingham there. The Too Slow Racing 50 Disconnects team of Fitterer and Griffith. Should I be able to find them, that is. We do have a few Too Slow teams. And there is the 399 Too Slow McLaren. And then again, we do have the Mustangs Anonymous Too Slow team with Chandler and Rowden. Still yet to take the track. We have the number 406 Bademeister with Vogel and Vogel, the two Vogels in the number 406 McLaren 720S. The number 401 Ferrari 296 Phoenix Endurance Racing with Harris and Pearson behind the wheel. The Presqu'île RS, if I am saying that correctly. And if I can find them, the number 33 Ferrari. I may just be looking over them, trying to find them on the grid. Don't see them for now, but they may end up on the entry list as we will be getting started with qualifying here shortly. The number 970 Phoenix Endurance USA Ferrari 296 with Garwood and Campos. The 444 Schwitzer Motorsport 1 Ford Mustang with Irish behind the wheel doing a solo effort. The number 555 Schwitzer Motorsport second team in the BMW. That effort fielded by Kaspari and Ritter. The number 21 Grand Ducato McLaren with Parenti and Stefanoka behind the wheel. The number 666 Fischer Motorsport number 3 team with Kopsch and Fetzer behind the wheel. The Pit Lane Predators Porsche, the solo Porsche on the grid right now, the Porsche 992 GT3 with Amador and Lopez behind the wheel. The GT Motorsport Mercedes. Should I be able to find it? The 284, there it is, with Taskowski behind the wheel. Another solo effort. The NRW Performance. 777 McLaren with Masserat, Breuer, and Heinz behind the wheel. The number 976. I don't believe I see that car on the grid. It is an Aston Martin with the full Project Racer wall breaker team. There are a couple full Project Racer teams, as we do have the number 213 full Project Racer Bioparco team with Sala and Sanfilippo. The number 888 Team Tang the Mustang with Appleton and Wagstaff behind the wheel. The number 5 IGL Scuderia Racing with Cody May doing a solo effort. And the 84, we have the Lamaxo Esports Ferrari 296 with Farah and Unsworth behind the wheel. Not last racing in the 737 Bentley, as we do have a couple big Bentleys on the grid. Angel and Lysette behind the wheel. The 88 of the If I Can Find It variety, as I don't see the 88 as of right now. The Tricombe solo effort with Delver behind the wheel. We do have the BM Wobbly Racing number 44 in the aptly named Mercedes in the BM Wobbly Racing team. The number 44 with Tryon, Smith, and Minium. The BM Wobbly Racing number 2, who is in a BMW. Sorry, not in a BMW, again in a Mercedes. The 365 Mercedes of Sutton, Johnson, and Dickerman. The 194 Tipo Racing Ferrari solo effort with Salverius behind the wheel. The Fanatic Virtual Racing Team number 140 Ferrari with Bustos behind the wheel. The oNiD Racing 771 Bentley, the second of our 2 Bentleys on the grid, with Watson, Dizioskel, and Spiller behind the wheel. The number 99 2+ Yo Racing Lexus, I believe the only Lexus on the grid, with Druin and Lozano behind the wheel, and then the we'll see if my audio stays, because I keep having issues. I've got my controller wired and it just does not want to stay. So we'll see if everything stays. See if I can hear myself. Very frustrating technical difficulties that I pretty much never have. So, the audio actually did not go away, so we are good for now. So the last car on the grid, the number 4 Schwitzer MSA joint effort with Hartman and Hubert behind the wheel. So Philly, if you want to hop in, it's quite the entry list to go through. A bit of a large grid. We've got 35 cars starting on the grid for the green flag.
Hello, good evening, and thank you for streaming the oNiD race tonight, Retro, and thank you for having me along to co-commentate. I feel it's going to be a great evening of racing. 4 hours of Watkins, Glen, and like you say, a big entry list to go through there. 33 cars. It's quite a nice number to have, and we should see some great action this evening.
Yeah, hopefully no more technical difficulties. Hopefully those are all ironed out and out of the way. As I believe it's going to be the 71 Northern Lights McLaren, unless it's the 771 who will set our first laps of qualifying. We'll see who's out first. It's very possibly the 71 who is first across the line for the out lap. And should be on a flyer. We'll see if the 771 oNiD Bentley sets a time. And conditions could not be better for qualifying. We should see some very quick laps, possibly down into the 43s.
Yeah, already an optimum track for qualifying. That's going to make a lot of drivers happy. It's already been able to set some fast laps, but 15 minutes, it's not long, is it? It's still only going to get probably 6-7 laps in, well, 6 laps in if you're lucky, 6 push laps. I wonder if anyone is going to jump in for tyres midway through.
I'd be surprised if they did. I was talking to a few of the teams earlier. They are on limited sets of tires. So tire preservation through practice and qualifying is a bit of a concern.
Yeah, so I do recall now seeing a few people mentioning the 5 tyre rule for this evening. So that is, yeah, 5 tyres for the full 4-hour race and your practice and qualifying. So, yeah, you don't want to be really jumping back into the pits too often to change them. But I'd imagine people are probably going to do it'll probably be a 2-stop race, so 3 sets of tyres for the race, so maybe 2 sets to play with in practice and qualifying.
44.170 the time to beat, and right on with the 170, the Grand Ducato McLaren, just a bit behind. Did hear in pre-race there was some concern with maybe some BOP issues with the BMWs, but as of right now, on the podium, with only one BMW on the front row, it's McLaren front row, McLaren lockout.
Yeah, but I mean the bops I've usually been seeing in the honored ratings have made the racing extremely close. But like you say, now 3 McLarens with Brewer just getting in there into that top 3, only 4 tenths off that whole time. In again another McLaren. It does look like the McLaren is suitably suited for this track.
And one concern is weather. Now, a few of you may go back last week. I know that there are many drivers here who raced in that Spa 24-hour with ATR last week. The McLarens did not like the rain. And we've had rain in multiple practice sessions. We've had rain in multiple sessions all throughout the week. There was rain in the practice earlier. I would say, if you're a McLaren, yeah, you might want to be out front, but getting out front is probably going to be a bit mandatory if you think you may fall back as those adverse weather conditions come in. Again, we only will see what that weather is when the green flag drops and as we watch the forecast throughout the session, but if you're a McLaren, you got to do everything you can to get as far out front as possible. Mustang's definitely going to be one to watch here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, and just as you say that, we see R. Appleton in that Team Tang 888 Mustang just separating the McLarens there and getting into that top 3. But we see that 71 McLaren now just going even faster and getting into them 43s, putting in that 43.480, and we've still got McLaren. Well, still a whole second off just to get in the top 3, but we've just seen that McLaren now just jump back from Parenti and get that P3 back off our Appleton. But still 8 minutes left, all could change.
Still quite a few cars yet to qualify. Actually, the majority of our BMWs still yet to qualify. Only 3 of our BMW teams have set a valid lap time, and our solo Porsche has set a time as well, but still very many cars, very many teams that are still yet to set a time. And would you take the gamble here to not qualify and start from the back of the pack, especially here at Watkins Glen, where it can all go wrong lap 1 at the bus stop?
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? Sometimes you want to be, I mean, if you think you're going to be mid-pack, sometimes it is a bit more sensible to try and get further back just to get out of the way of any incidents. But in the other breath, sometimes it is nice if you think you can get in the top 10 and hope that the drivers around you are like-minded and just want to sit and follow for the first lap, and just trying to break away that way from everyone else in the pack. But we'll see. We generally see everyone's ego come out into the first in the first lap, don't we?
Everyone wants to win a 4-hour race on the first lap. It's possible, but it's not very plausible. Ford Mustang, the Team Tang Mustang 888, talked about them sneaking up onto the podium. They have now snuck up onto the front row, joining the Northern Lights Racing team. I believe they might just be outside of the 43s. I think they have a 44.1015. So just outside of those 43s, but again, Mustangs kind of breaking up the party of the McLarens up there at the front. Also the Schwitzer Motorsport BMW, the 555, getting up there as well. Still the Northern Lights Racing McLaren on pole. No one really close enough to disrupt their party. Half a second to the nearest car on the grid, and they did come into the pit lane, so they may have been out on much less fuel than anyone else. They also are going to be on newer tires than anyone else, and we'll see if they can increase their time. A lot of traffic up ahead, though, as they will slow down and try to build a bit of a gap to the number 84 just ahead.
Yeah, we're starting to see a few more people set laps, aren't we? And our Appleton now managing to get into the P2. Still a whole half a second away, though. And has he now broken to the 43s as well? No, just shy of a 43. So just showing how strong that McLaren 71 is in Lane's hands.
Still 6 cars yet to qualify. Sorry, 5. The 2 Slow Racing BMW, the Bademeister McLaren, the Amateurs Ford Mustang, still not out of the pit lane. The Schwitzer Motorsport Mustang with Irish behind the wheel. That is a solo effort, but definitely going to be a car to watch. We'll see what Irish is able to bring in terms of pace, and the BMW, or the BM Wobbly Mercedes, still yet to set a time as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting as well, isn't it, to see everyone's strategies this evening. I'd imagine it's going to be a pretty much full tanks, isn't it, until the end. I'll be interested to know what sort of fuel figures people are looking at. Because I'll probably predict it's going to be around 138, 139 lap race over this 4 hours.
Depending on whether or not we have rain, because rain drops those lap times quite a bit.
Of course, yes, that's of course assuming it does stay dry.
So it's Mustangs creeping back up the field as Schwitzer number 1 has gone P3 and just over a quarter of a second to the 888 Team Tang Mustang. Continue on, Philly.
I was just going to say, I'd imagine maybe some people are praying for a bit of wet. Those people who have practiced it and used too many tyres and maybe banking on it being wet and running a wet tyre. So I'd imagine that 5 tyre rule is only set then for the slicks.
Well, one concern, you may say on the tires, you know, oh, we've gone out on 2 sets, we'll have 2 sets of scrubs heading into the race, or maybe we'll stay out here, qualify towards the mid-pack or whatever. One concern that I have, and that you see in these endurance races more so than your weekly league race, is going to be the setup that they put on the car. So Watkins Glen, you are going to be running a bit more downforce here. But if you're expecting wet weather, you might pull a bit of camber out of the car. You might put a little bit more wing in the car, maybe change the setup slightly. If you gamble on wet weather and don't receive it, you're just going to be at a detriment the entire race.
Yeah, that is very, very true. But then if you don't gamble on it being a wet race and stay with a dry setup, it's going to be a handful.
It would definitely be a handful. It may be quick, but it's going to be quite the beast to drive. The 888 Mustang still bearing down on the Northern Lights Racing Team McLaren. As that gap, at least on lap time, less than 2/10. 18 hundredths as it stands. 1.8 tenths and a few yellow flags. We're now into the time of, if you're in the pit lane, you are not going to be able to improve. So the NRW Performance McLaren will be P4 no better. The too slow 50 disconnects 399 McLaren will be P8. The NFT Racers will be P10. Tipo Racing Ferrari will be P15, or at least where they stand now. That could all change with those cars that are still out on track. But we are about to begin our final lap of qualifying.
Yeah, and I wonder who has managed to be at the right place at the right time just to get in that last final lap. Because I'd imagine there's a few out there now who might not get over the line, and this could be their last lap.
It will be one more for the 888 Mustang. The 44
car, Mercedes G, minimum BM wobbly racing. I just see them cause get it wrong at the bus stop area, and they just had to return to the pits. So that'll be their last lap, and we'll be starting 29th if no one goes faster.
So Schwitzer Motorsport has displaced the Northern Lights Racing McLaren for pole position by 35 thousandths of a second. It is a change of the lead, and we're also going to go on board with the Schwitzer MSA Mercedes, as they are going to be the first car to cross the line to end qualifying. Currently P11. We'll see what they improve to. They will not improve. They're going into the pit lane. The 772 oNiD BMW will do the same. What about...
They say that the 71 McLaren responded on that lap, and it got a 1:43.1 now. Goes 2.5, just over 2.5 tenths quicker than the 444 Switcher Mustang. But then goes into the pits.
That was quite a large margin for the end of qualifying.
Yeah, could have done a new lap, but just opted against it. We've seen now the 328 now coming across the line. Have they improved?
They have not. Will stay P31. What about the 21 Grand Ducato McLaren? 9/10 away from pole. Do they find any improvement? Don't need much for a position. They go up to P4.
Now the 737 Bentley of S Angel, not last racing, manages to improve 4 positions, goes P22, 2 seconds off the lead.
It was not a good enough response for the Team Tang Mustang, stays P3. The
444 now comes into the pits.
P14, the 666 Schwitzer team, should I be able to find them. Currently P13. Schwitzer Motorsport 3 across the line, no improvement there. The 976 Aston Martin. The full project racer Aston Martin stays P17. The 99 Lexus across the line, no improvement there. So despite a bit of a tussle there at the end, it is Northern Lights Racing Team back on pole with Schwitzer Motorsport, the solo effort by Irish P2, the Team Tang Mustang P3, Grand Ducato McLaren P4, NRW Performance McLaren P5, Fanatic, I keep wanting to say Fanatec, the Fanatic Racing, or Fanatic Virtual Racing Team Ferrari P6, the Schwitzer Motorsport 2 BMW P7, 2 Slow Racing 50 Disconnects, the 399 McLaren P8, the number 99 Lexus with 2 and Yo Racing with Druin and Lozano P9, NFT Racers P10, Schwitzer Motorsport MSA joint effort there, P11 Bademeister P12, Schwitzer Motorsport 3, P13 Full Project Racer Bioparco P4, GT Motorsport, sorry not P4, P14, Tashkowski in the GT Motorsport Mercedes P15, Tipo Racing P16, Full Project Racer Wallbreaker P17, SRN Motorsport P18, AM Racing P19, oNiD 772 P20, Too Slow P21, Not Last Racing P22, Phoenix Endurance P23, BM Wobbly number 2, P24, Phoenix Endurance UK P25, IGL Scuderia P26, Lamaxo Esports P27, Pit Lane Predators P28, Too Slow Mustangs Anonymous P29, BM Wobbly P30, Nova Sport P31, oNiD 771 P32, Vindex Motorsport P33, U Amateurs P34 with no time set, and the Trichome Racing Mustang P35 with no time set. So what are you looking for at the beginning of the race, Philly?
Sorry?
So what are you looking for at the beginning of the race?
At the beginning of the race, just a clean lap one would be bliss for me, and yeah, just some great racing action and no one trying to claim hero on the first couple of laps.
I was about to ask, are you going to try and win this thing on lap one, or are you going to take it easy and just try and bide your time? As we have now set up on the grid, and no rain within 30 minutes, a bit of cloud cover, but no rain expected, at least for the majority of the first stint of this 4-hour race.
Yeah, it looks like the track temperature has dropped a few degrees as well, and I wonder if people will drop their pressures accordingly.
As we are lined up 35 deep, going back to our little BMW M2 safety car there at the back. And we are about 5 seconds away from getting engines fired. We'll go on board with the Northern Lights Racing McLaren as they fire up that 720S GT3. And we will be rolling with the formation lap in about 20 seconds time.
Yeah, and I believe it is just a short formation lap this evening. It won't be long until the lights go green.
Not much time to warm up the tires, warm up the brakes. Not that you need them too much heading into this turn one here, but we'll see if we get a NASCAR turn one where they all go out wide and across the NASCAR logo at the exit of turn one.
Let's hope not. I'd imagine, well, if they do, let's hope they're aware of the people who are probably trying to sneak into their position.
Northern Lights Racing McLaren leading the field. Schwitzer Motorsport Mustang P2 just behind. It's McLaren, Mustang, Mustang, McLaren. Your front 2 rows, so no help there from the manufacturers to each other as we approach the line to take the green flag, get started with this oNiD Community Racing 4 Hours of Watkins Glen, hosted on SimGrid and powered by Hound. Green, 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 we are rolling and hope to keep it clean heading into turn one.
And that was a great start. It just looked like a little issue there for Appleton, and then a few more. Looks like a bit of a yellow flag. 772 of the blank getting caught up. Unfortunately, looks like quite a big pile up at the back there.
Yeah, I did see a Mustang or two involved in that. We've got a few cars around. That's the 888 Team Tang Mustang backwards. The P3 Mustang that was in tight contention for the pole position, now having to sit backwards and wait for the field to go by before they can rejoin. Battle for the lead between Northern Lights Racing and Schwitzer Motorsport, as they have immediately gotten onto it. It's an endurance race. Most of the teams are going to be swapping drivers in and out of the car. Schwitzer Motorsport 1 with Irish is not going to do that. So the 71 will get fresh drivers. The 444 will not. Does Irish have enough in him to contend for the lead for 4 hours straight with no issues?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a big ask, isn't it? Especially concentration levels, more than anything.
The 71 Northern Lights McLaren will lead the first lap of this race, and a bit of an issue behind for the Schwitzer Motorsport BMW, going off into the outside wall. It's not the most uncommon issue to make, as the Schwitzer Motorsport MSA Mercedes comes into the pit lane almost immediately. Don't know if they've got any issues or a setup problem, and the 888 Team Tang Mustang off again at the chute. They must have some serious issues, possibly suspension issues on that Mustang. Multiple cars in the pit lane already.
And we just looking further back the field and just see car number 771 with D. Spiller currently at the wheel in that Bentley. Just great overtake through the bus stop.
Currently running P18 right behind the sister Bentley with Not Last Racing. And I don't know about you, but I am always a big fan of seeing Bentleys out there on the grid.
Yeah, definitely. It's always great to see a mix of the cars, and some of the cars that don't usually get used. And even though the Bentley is a big old car, does seem to handle well.
Battle for the lead continues, and we do have a battle for the podium positions a bit further back between the Grand Ducato McLaren, the NRW Performance McLaren, and the Fanatic Virtual Racing Ferrari. Northern Lights McLaren again leads through lap 2. And a battle with the Bademeister McLaren, as there is quite the pack going back from about, what is that, P7 on back to P13 or 14. And slipstream very crucial here to keep in line, keep close enough to the cars ahead of you that you don't lose pace, but you also don't lose positions. Possible overtake for the lead. Irish in the Schwitzer McLaren absolutely hounding the Northern Lights Racing McLaren. A bit further back behind the Grand Ducato McLaren. Looked like they may have been under attack by the NRW Performance, but nothing to do there. And these two battling for the lead. Maybe one day the opportunity for the overtake will happen, as we do have the 737 Bentley, the Not Last Racing Bentley. I believe they had a spin at the bus stop. They will drop down the grid quite a few positions back to about P23.
Yeah, now that battle for P4, the Fanatic 140 Ferrari looks like it's getting a little bit impatient and trying to make the move now on that 777 McLaren, just going 2 by 2 round side by side, but it looks like McLaren just breaks a little bit deeper.
It's very hard to go 2 by 2 through the final S's there of turn 10 and 11. And still with the battle for the lead, I will say, Irish in his position is going to be saving a bit more fuel than that McLaren just ahead. The opportunity for the overtake is still there. I don't know if he'll go for it at the bus stop. I believe Virolainen will be very defensive, does stay defensive, holding the inside. And not really room to get much of a run through the bus stop.
I was going to say, is that going to compromise his exit? But it looks like he knows what he's doing and manages to still get a great exit and keep Rash at bay.
Bit of a gap developing between the Schwitzer 2 BMW and the too slow McLaren. Too slow McLaren does have the NFT Racers BMW and the Bademeister McLaren, both within a second behind. And again, slipstream a crucial factor there. Very defensive for the lead. The Northern Lights McLaren. Does Irish drive around the outside? He will have the inside for turn 9. They're side by side through. We saw this move previously in the battle for P4, but it didn't stick. This time, I think Irish does slot in ahead. And a change of the lead. Schwitzer Motorsport will lead. What would this be, the 4th lap of this race?
This will be the 4th lap of the race. And already a change for the lead, but it looks like that 71 McLaren is already planning to come back.
Oh, and a big mistake, a bit of oversteer at the exit. A bit too early on the throttle. They'll be side by side through the S's just about. The McLaren not quite able to get a nose up the inside, but now on the other foot, Irish now having to be defensive into the bus stop, and he will do the exact same move the McLaren pulled on him the lap prior, park it on the apex, but again, does that compromise his entry and exit? Will the McLaren be able to rotate a bit more, get some more speed? It's hard to make it work, and it will stay for now. But we'll see if Irish can hold it as they come down into the boot. And
it does look like that battle for P3 now heating up, and maybe just allowing that gap to the leaders to build up as they all now trying to fight for that P3 all the way down into P6.
The Fanatic Virtual Racing Team Ferrari did gain a position there. They've gone up to P3. And it's a bit of a train behind them. Everyone trying to survive the first 10 minutes or so of the race, and then we start to get into time to log laps, as it's now survival to the end.
Yeah, and it's almost who makes the first mistake.
Still keep your eyes on the top right. Watch that forecast. Side by side through the S's.
Side by side up to the bus stop. Who is going to brake first?
Still more of the same for the Mustang and McLaren. And you don't want that gap to open up. I believe that's the 888 Team Tang Mustang. They surely would like to be right there racing for P3, but they are a couple laps down.
After that unfortunate incident early on. And, but of course all this battling for the lead as well will be bringing back all the other drivers into contention, as it looks like that Fanatic 140 Ferrari is now starting to maybe break away a little bit from the cars behind, just under a second, but they were bunched up a lot closer earlier.
Grouping coming up here. That 99 Lexus was involved in a bit of contact early on, but as of right now, it doesn't seem that that damage is really affecting the handling of the car too much. Still running well into this large pack, which pretty much spans all the way up to P7, currently running P12. Now gap's starting to grow. This battle still does go quite a ways back. There are some lap cars involved. We may have an overtake here for P7 NFT Racers and Too Slow Fitty disconnects. The BMW goes up the inside and the 399 McLaren will allow them to go, but a bit too deep for the BMW. This will stack everybody up though. Schwitzer Motorsport 3 Mustang almost looked like they were going to be forced to the outside, and this is getting quite the pressure cooker here for P7 on back. The 99 Lexus drops position back to this SRN Aston Martin, who is now starting to work their way through this group as well.
Yeah, it's really heating up in the top 10 now, isn't it? And I think that's going to definitely compromise maybe some of their tyres going later into this race, well, into this first stint. And you don't want to be sliding around on them too much this early on.
And you talk about battling, bunching up the group. The Too Slow Racing BMW, I wonder, the 34 there, I wonder if they got some damage. I guess they are laps down, so I thought they may have been closing up to this group, but look at this long line of cars, all just within each other's slipstream, not getting much of an advantage on each other. The 99 does have to go defensive behind the 976 or the 999, whatever number that involves nines on that Aston Martin, as we do have a little bit of conflicting information. We'll try to close up. I thought there may have been a driver on the outside, but not quite much doing for the Aston Martin.
And it looks like Arash is maybe starting to break away now from that 71 McLaren. Just look for this fresh gap, this fresh split as they come through into the third sector on the 8th lap. And it is now built up to 1.2 seconds, so Arash just slowly breaking away. As we see now, the 71 McLaren maybe could be holding up that Team Tang Mustang. So I'm not too sure what's happening with the McLaren. I haven't seen them get any damage, or do you reckon maybe the setup isn't great for the tyres? Maybe kept the quali setup on.
We're going to stay on board with this battle here from essentially P7 on back. I called it a pressure cooker earlier. You can definitely see the pressure building. Multiple cars going defensive on each other all at once, trying to defend their position. The Schwitzer Motorsport 3 Mustang did slot in just ahead of the NFT Racers BMW, who may have been a bit of a holdup to this group. We'll see if that BMW able to fight any positions back. That 153 SRN Aston Martin now being dropped back from this pack a bit. But still, just groups of cars. We still have that group of cars from P3 on back to, I believe, P6. And where is the 666 just ahead? BMW within slipstream range, but just not quite able to close up enough for the overtake. That battle for P3 has calmed down a bit, but we may have a bit of a look for a battle for P4 between these two McLarens. now a gap starting to build behind. The SRN Aston Martin has now gone ahead. And that green and blue Aston Martin, that is the full project racer Aston Martin that I was mistaking for the 153 SRN Aston Martin. But they are still within the slipstream range, just holding on to the back, and we'll see if maybe things go their way later on in the race as they'll try to gain some laps back, gain some time, and not lose the rest of the field.
Yeah, and I wonder if any of the teams have worked out alternate strategies if they're in a pack like this and think they're getting held up, whether or not they're going to pit maybe a little bit off peak and do a different strategy to try and undercut some of the drivers, maybe the other teams.
As we see the 666 Mustangs start to build a bit of a gap to this pack behind. If you were running in this pack, would you want to stay behind if you're running good enough lap times and conserve some fuel, maybe get a few friends around you and just churn some laps out while kind of being within slipstream range and not really losing time? You may actually gain a bit of time doing that, or are you just going to race them because they're around you?
No, I know I definitely like to just stay in line and hope to survive. Doing the same lap times, yeah, I'm all up for just staying in single file and basically just hopefully don't pressure them so you don't make mistakes and just keep turning laps. But it's just hoping that all the drivers around you are like-minded and think the same. But we know that everyone likes to be the car in front, so it's so to say, even though I actually don't like being the car in front, I much prefer being the car behind, applying the pressure when it comes to it.
The number 15 Pit Lane Predators Porsche just had an off at the bus stop, and I believe they have collected a bit of damage in there. Battle for P3 is on. Around the outside, 21 Grand Ducato McLaren wanted to go for it. Had a bit of a checkup on the outside. Didn't carry the speed through, didn't want to go too wide. Ended up giving the position back, and now they're side-by-side, contact between them as they come up through the S's.
Yeah, and it looked like that going for that P3 compromising, doesn't it? And now they find themselves back in P5.
Back in P5, and a big issue for the 555 Schwitzer BMW. I think they got a bit caught out on the brakes, had to take the escape road, and are now stuck back in the pack with damage. Tried to take a bit too much speed through the escape road at the bus stop chicane, and it all went wrong. And now they're going to be down on position. Shouldn't go down a lap, but they'll be very much down on position.
Yeah, now having to try and work their way back through the field. I'd imagine a bit of red mist as well.
Oh, hold on 1 second. The 99 Lexus off and around, and that is the number 976 full project racer Aston Martin involved as well. That Lexus was fighting, I believe, back for P12, and now they have gone very far down the order. And a return to garage for the 976 Aston. Very unfortunate for the 99 2+ yo Lexus there.
So that small mistake from that 555 BMW has finds them back down in P13 and quite a way back from the pack they were in. So they'll have some work to do to try and regain that time.
Didn't look like they had too much damage, and still plenty of time to gain those positions back. We've got a couple duet battles here between the Lamaxo Esports Ferrari and the GT Motorsport Mercedes, and then just a bit further behind, the BM Wobbly Mercedes with the oNiD 771 Bentley.
Yeah, and the 771 Bentley building getting positions, just reeling them in after lap after lap. I think started a little bit further back than they are now, but already up into P18, and I'd imagine hoping to try and get into that top 15 by the end of the 4 hours. I'm sure they'll love a top 10, but with this level of field, it is certainly high competition.
Bit of development at the front. It looked like Irish had gone out with a bit of a gap there, but it has not held, and the Northern Lights McLaren is now should be just within half a second. They may be on the front foot, and I think it's just some mistakes from the 444 Schwitzer Mustang as he gets it a bit wrong coming out of the bus stop as well. And is that solo driver kind of endurance, the perseverance, going to be a factor later on in this race? As it seems to be, he's started to make a couple mistakes.
Yeah, easily done, isn't it? And the problem is, once you make one small mistake, you generally start making a few more mistakes afterwards. And with the tyres, obviously, they get a little bit hot, don't they, on the rear or the front, and it doesn't help with them making them repeat mistakes, because you just don't have the same level of grip anymore.
Definitely closing is that Northern Lights McLaren, and we are about 23 minutes in, kind of where you start to see a bit of tire fall off. And is that what's going on with the 444 Schwitzer Mustang? Are they having a bit of tire issues, as there's a big wiggle by the 71 Northern Lights McLaren as they came through the final corner there?
Yeah, I was just looking further through back at the field, and there was a battle for the Mustangs for that top 10, and the 1-2-3 Mustang just gaining that top 10 position from the 2-1-3 Salah. So I don't think they're teammates, they're not, don't they? Both playing a mix on the numbers of 1, 2, 3.
I think that's just a bit of pure coincidence. Nonetheless, it doesn't seem to be that there's any team orders coming up from the higher-ups at Ford, though, as that 123 U Amateurs Mustang is just pulling away. They've got that position, and now likely well outside of slipstream range to the full Project Racer 213 Mustang. I believe, are we seeing a bit of track cooling as the sun is setting?
The air temperature has certainly gone, well, the air temperature's dropped by 1 degree, hasn't it? And track temp dropped by 1 degree as well.
It's not much of a change, but it's
still a cloudy forecast. No rain.
No rain yet, at least not for the next half hour.
It'll be the next half hour or so, half hour to 45 minutes, we may start to see some of the teams start to pit.
At least on scheduled pit stops. We've had quite a few in the pit lane, but I think majority of them were either from lap 1 or continuous damage. We do have the 241 in the pit lane. That is the one of the full Project Racer Aston Martins. Don't exactly know how long they've been in the pit lane. And what has gone wrong with the 77? The NFT Racers BMW, I think they're just coming in on damage, but it seems that they may have hit the pit wall as they stopped a bit early there. But we do see the NFT Racers with Von Dreshek come into the pit lane as they will get stopped.
Yeah, looks like there might be another battle for P3 as we see the 140 Ferrari coming under pressure from that 777 McLaren.
That 777 McLaren gained quite a bit on the brakes heading there into the toe of the boot. Also a bit further back, the 406 under attack by the 399 McLaren and that 123U Amateurs Mustang that we just were on board with. And this is now a three-way battle for P7. Oh, a bit of contact between the 123 and the 399. The 399 got a bit out of shape involved in that. The 123 obviously did not try to take advantage of that. And that will open the gap just a bit to the 406.
Just like that, the 123 is going a little bit late on the brakes here, a little bit deeper. But not able to maybe scrub that speed off as fast as they wanted.
That Mustang right behind these two McLarens. The 399 does have slipstream range, which is likely what's kind of helping it hold on to that position. The McLaren not a deadly slow car, but the Mustang is a lot quicker. As we see that 123, they wanted to get the nose up the inside coming through the S's. It's a bit of an awkward place to go for it. I think they may have had to sacrifice a bit of momentum as to not make contact there. Battle for P3 continues. They were just 0.06 of a second at the previous timing line. And they are just continuing on that. Number 77 BMW did not repair damage when they went into the pit lane. I think they figured the car drove as well as it was, and if they get any more, they'd rather repair it all at once than waste time repairing it now.
It's also a nice battle heating up in P14, and that includes 4 drivers all the way down into P17. And we've got one of the oNiD racing team, 771, in that Bentley, currently sitting P17 and could quite easily find themselves in P14 before the first pit stops.
We get our first penalty of the race, a 30-second stop-and-go penalty, speeding in pit lane for the BM Wobbly Racing number 2 Mercedes. Battle in P20, 4 cars deep. It's the too slow Mustang with the, sorry, it looked like the 328. I think that may be, that is the 401 Ferrari. Trying to find, that is the 52 Phoenix Endurance UK Ferrari. They are trying to gain back some time as they are unlapping a few cars from themselves. But the too slow Mustang with the not last Bentley behind and the 99 Lexus, 3 cars, all with a bit of damage. They've all seen better days. They look a bit war-torn. The Lexus will try and pull around the outside of the Bentley, which they will for P22.
Yeah, it looks like Airesh now, and the leaders just coming to up to their first back markers. So I wonder if this is going to affect this race, and if we're going to see a change from the lead.
If anything, it is just helping Irish there, as that 365 BM Wobbly Mercedes actually caught the Northern Lights McLaren at a bit of a choke point. And now that gap will grow. The McLaren outside of slipstream range now has a bit more work to do. It's a long way to the next back marker there, as that will be the number 4 Schwitzer MSA teammate, which likely should pose no threats to the leading Schwitzer Mustang, as I would assume that the teammates would yield to each other, at least if they like each other. Irish looked like he may have almost got it all wrong coming out of the bus stop as well. He's definitely on the limit. Battle for P14 between the Lamaxo Esports Ferrari and the GT Motorsport Mercedes. The Lamaxo Ferrari will hold on to the position for now. We go back up to this battle for P3. Fnatic Virtual Racing still trying to hold on to the position from NRW Performance and Grand Ducato McLaren. Amateurs Mustang has now pulled themselves all the way up into P7. They are trying to chase down the 666 Ford Mustang, the Schritzer Motorsport 3 Mustang. And these two McLarens that had been fighting for a while, the 406 Bademeister McLaren and the Too Slow 50 Disconnects McLaren, now locked in a battle between the two of them. Fnatic Racing Team with NRW Performance and Grand Ducato is kind of starting to make me think that they're all three just running here, putting laps together. As they've run close for quite some time, but no real looks at an overtake have come. Is it the commentator's curse, though, as the 140 gets it a bit wrong, coming around the outer loop down into the chute as they come to the toe of the boot. Now it's fighting on the back foot is the 777 NRW McLaren against the Grand Ducato McLaren. Very, very defensive as they come just over the crest. Side by side into turn 7. Grand Ducato will take the position. They come into 9. Two McLarens continue on with their fight, and the 140 Fnatic Virtual Racing Team Ferrari is just going to love every bit of it. The more that these two McLarens battle behind, the less of a threat that Ferrari has for being overtaken. Battle here between Trichome Racing and IGL Scuderia. At IGL Scuderia McLaren immediately behind, just on the bumper, and trying to catch up to the Mustang. A bit of an issue as the Mustang is very, very quick in a straight line. You've got to get a great run plus be in the slipstream if you want to try and do your best to catch up. And a bit of a brush with the outside wall from the McLaren. 771 oNiD Racing Bentley into the pit lane. They will just hit the pit box. And the 365 Mercedes, they have served that penalty. This was that battle between Trichome and IGL Scuderia. Trichome will open up that gap just a bit. Battle for P4 continues. The Fnatic Virtual Racing Ferrari in P3 again just trying to pull away. The 241 for Project Racer Aston Martin with a bit of an issue. They just sit there at the bus stop. I think they are just going to have to wait for the field to cycle on by. Up through the S's, let's go on board with the Grand Ducato. Sorry, not the Grand Ducato. Let's go on board with the NRW Performance McLaren. They are trying to chase down the number 21 Grand Ducato McLaren for P4. Come into the outer loop to start the section of the track known as the boot. They'll come around the toe, a bit of camber on the inside. The 777 does get it a bit wrong, and that gap will open up just ahead. It will have to be another day for the NRW Performance McLaren to try and find the opportunity for that overtake. Check in with our race leader. Schwitzer Motorsport still leading with Irish in the lead. The Northern Lights Racing McLaren is still behind. They are just now back into slipstream range. They will continue to churn out the laps. Quite a few different battles on track, drivers within slipstream range of each other. Coming into turns 10 and 11. The SRN Aston Martin and the Schwitzer BMW. Schwitzer BMW does seem to be within slipstream range. I don't know if they'll be close enough for the move for the position into turn 1, but a good run would set them up nicely to get a nice run at the bus stop. Just up ahead, battle between the two Mustangs. The U Amateurs Ford Mustang, I believe, has gone on by the Schwitzer Motorsport 3 Mustang for P6. This 123 U Amateurs Mustang is definitely going to be one of the teams to watch, as they have sliced their way through the field. No damage on that Mustang, and they are hard charging. They've got a bit of a gap to build to the P5 NRW Performance McLaren, but they would be right in that battle for P3 if they can close up the gap. Battle for the lead is now starting to heat up as well. Schwitzer with the 444 Mustang. They do have that Mercedes just ahead, which will yield on the blue flags. Northern Lights, Verolainen and Irish have raced each other before many times. I would assume they've got quite a bit of respect for each other, but they also know each other's limits. Where does Verolainen try to make the time? And if Verolainen can make the time, where does Verolainen go for the overtake? Will not be close enough to do it at the bus stop. Battle between the two McLarens for P8 between Too Slow, Fitty Disconnects, and Bademeister. Too Slow slots in ahead as they've got it done at the S's and will now try to pull away and close the gap to the 666 Schwitzer Mustang a bit further ahead as well. This battle for the lead is far from over. Northern Lights McLaren was on pole. Schwitzer took the lead away, and now Northern Lights wants that lead back. Definitely wants to be leading and try and maybe grow their lead a bit before the first of our pit stops start. We are not far away from the beginning of our pit cycle, where our first drivers should be getting out of the car and letting the second driver hop in. It's a bit of a different story for the 444 of Irish. He's a solo driver, will be driving the 4 hours in full by himself. There is a question of how long can Irish stay fresh? How long can he stay cold? He's nice and warmed up now, but doesn't want to put in all of his good pace and all of his good laps at the very beginning, and having to defend for the lead here early on as we're only 40 minutes into this race. Definitely going to be taking a lot more of the effort and energy out of the Mustang driver than he would like. It's not going to be nice, easy, cruising, relaxing laps early. He's got to race hard from the gate. That also means pit stops need to be perfect if you want to hold on to the race lead. Very defensive between the Gran Ducato McLaren and the Fanatic Virtual Racing Ferrari. This Ferrari has been in P3 for quite some time. Didn't start there. They have worked their way up to P3, but now the Gran Ducato McLaren wants to get this P3 position away from the 140 Ferrari, and is very much eyeing the overtake. Not quite close enough and not in the right spot to get it to stick yet. Nothing will do into turn 8. And it looked like 406 Bademeister McLaren was closing up on the Fitty disconnects, but no, that gap will grow quite a bit. A bit further behind, Full Project Racer Bio Parco Mustang with the SRN Motorsport Aston Martin. Mustang gets a bit of the curb on the inside that will unsettle the front of the car, but not enough to lose the position. The battle for the lead is still well on, less than half a second. Irish not quite close enough behind for Irish to go defensive. Virolainen is definitely trying to get the lead away from Irish before he comes into the pit lane, and I believe will more than likely be getting out of the car and relinquishing it to the next driver in line. Bit of lap traffic involved though. That was the pit lane Predators, I believe, Porsche. And now well into the back markers. Things are going to get interesting from here on out, as there is a bit of checkers to be played. Or chess, whichever way you want to look at it. As these two race leaders will have to navigate their way through the field without losing time and without putting themselves in a position to be overtaken. Quick check on the battle for P3 a bit further behind. They still run as they were. The 21 McLaren is definitely trying to close up. They've gone for the overtake multiple times, just nothing has quite worked. The 365 Mercedes goes around. I don't know if anyone else was involved in that. I don't think there was. And the 365 will get it turned back around, but contact between the Fanatic Racing Ferrari and the 21 Gran Ducato McLaren, and a broken wing, damage to be repaired for the Fanatic Virtual Racing Ferrari. It's not quite going to be their day over, but that is not how they wanted it to continue. The NRW Performance McLaren will sail away in P3. Just waited behind and picked up the pieces when the House of Cards fell. And the pressure cooker was just enough, had to release the pressure somehow. And the 140 Ferrari was on the receiving end of that. And I think they may have had some issues with the car stalling. Needed to get it fired back up and in the pit lane. SRN Motorsport on Full Project Racer. The SRN Motorsport Aston Martin has taken the position and up into P8, as they are also trying to gain quite a few positions. What has happened to the Schwitzer Motorsport 3 Mustang? As it seemed like just a bit ago there was a large gap to that 666 Fritzer Mustang. Now the U Amateurs Mustang has gone up into P5, and they'll try and catch up to P4. That was battle for P3 through 5 is now dropped down to 2 cars as they've got a bit of a gap between each other. But this 123 Ford Mustang definitely going to be one to watch as they get it a bit wrong. Coming out of turn 9. They'll have a touch of damage. I don't think it's enough to really cause any issues, but they are on the limit trying to find every last bit of time. The pit lane Predators Porsche comes into the pit lane. The 328 Nova Sport Ferrari in the pit lane as well. And that SRN Aston Martin once again under attack. They'll go just wide, scrape the wall. A little bit of a wall touch doesn't hurt. And we've got a 4-car pack for position. All the way back to the Bademeister 406 McLaren. Battle for the lead continues on. That 365 Mercedes off again at the outer loop. I don't think that they will cause any disruption to the pack coming through. But I think just a cascade of issues for that 365 Mercedes. And Irish again, the solo driver, having to use a lot of energy right now early on to defend against the 71 Northern Lights Racing McLaren. And if their pit stops, when they do eventually come in, are the same, well, it's just not going to end here. The 772 oNiD Racing BMW off and around at the outer loop. As the 88 Trichrome Mustang goes by. As the sun is setting, track temperature is dropping. And just nose to tail, these two have run for the entire duration of the race. Around the toe of the boot. Just sits idly behind, waiting for the opportunity to strike. Lights have gone on that McLaren. We'll see if the Mustang has theirs on shortly, as night is beginning to fall. Still no rain in the forecast, as we are almost an hour into this 4-hour race. The 555 Schwitzer Motorsport BMW comes into the pit lane. Trichrome Mustang. Wonder if they have just overtaken the IGL Scuderia McLaren. I want to say that was not an overtake, but it's very possible that it was. Very unique sound of that 99.2 EO Lexus. Still in the slipstream, these two for the lead. Wonder how long they can keep it up, especially as they come into traffic. Blue flags do direct that traffic out of the way. But it is not going to get any easier, especially with pit stops coming up. Irish comes in, does Verolainen stay out? If Verolainen comes in, does Irish come in immediately on that next lap, or does he then try to extend and counter the strategy? Battle for the lead coming to a head. A bit of a flash from the Northern Lights, showing those Northern Lights. That 88 Tricone Mustang for P15, as the McLaren very much looking for the opportunity for the overtake. They both go a bit deep into turn 11 though, and now very, very, very defensive goes the Tricone Mustang into turn 1. Will they be able to hold the McLaren at bay? For now, they will. Battle for the lead just behind this battle for P15, as the 401 has gone off and not into the wall, but a return to the garage, and I believe that may have been a retirement for the 401. The 284 with a bit of an issue as well, that GT Motorsport Mercedes with Tashkowski behind the wheel. And welcome back, Philly.
Thank you, apologies, just it was feeding time at the zoo.
No problem there. Battle for the lead, as Virolainen had to thread the needle between Irish and the oNiD Racing BMW backmarker there, as I'm sure you've stayed tuned in while you were gone, but the battle for the lead is well on, and they are both well into it.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely going to heat up when it comes to the first pit stop, isn't it? I really hope that both of them don't pit on the same lap. It'd be really nice to see what happens if there is an undercut or overcut opportunity. I feel like it is going to be like this for the full 4 hours.
If I was Northern Lights, if Irish gives any hint that he comes in, which he's going to try and hide that pit stop as well as possible, try and catch out the 71. But if he is going to come in, I would come in immediately behind him in the Northern Lights McLaren, because you're hounding him right now and he's a solo driver. He can only take so much. I mean, unless he's more strong-willed than I am. I mean, I can defend against a car for however long, but doing it for 4 hours is not quite going to be the task that I would like to be tasked with.
Yeah, as we start to see now more back markers coming into play.
And the worst part as well, that bus stop just nowhere to go, whether you are the leading car or the back marker car. It's just very, very sketchy through there. If you've got more speed, you've just got to get on the brakes. There's nowhere to carry that speed through. Another pit stop, the 84 with a bit of damage. The Lamaxo Esports Ferrari 296 coming into the pit lane, as it is getting closer to time for our first scheduled stops. Still just working. The Schwitzer Motorsport Mustang is Virolainen in the McLaren. Just trying to set up either a mistake or set up an opening for the overtake. And they have been in this same song and dance for the past 55 minutes. Here comes the move. It's not close enough, but a feint of the move from the 71. Try and get Irish to go a bit defensive. Still nose to tail, bumper to bumper they are as they come through the S's.
Irish is definitely going to have to go defensive. But as every lap we've seen, holding position.
A lot of speed carried from that 71 McLaren coming out of the bus stop, but as they come into the outer loop, there's just nowhere to carry that speed. Just have to get on the brakes and try to find another opportunity to use that speed and get on by, but Watkins Glen here showing to be a bit hard to overtake. Great racing, but just not really able to get the edge on that car ahead for the position. The 21 Grand Ducato McLaren still kind of riding in slipstream range of the NRW Performance McLaren, but we just can't get away from this battle for the lead. The 59 AM Racing BMW comes into the pit lane for a pit stop, likely going to be one of the scheduled pit stops. See if they've got any damage on that BMW. I don't believe they do, so very likely that is one of our first scheduled stops. Let's go right on board with the Northern Lights McLaren as they are just all over. Nothing to see but a full windshield of the Ford Mustang GT3 up ahead. Closing up, but not quite close enough to go for the overtake that can try and force the overshoot from the Mustang, which they do get a bit of, but once again, nowhere to carry that speed through. Do see more pit stops. The 406 Baitmeister McLaren comes into the pit lane. And these two leaders, they have to be close to coming into the pit lane. They dive down low for turn 11, but I keep expecting one of them to hold to the right and pull into that pit lane. Now having to go a bit defensive is Irish. And the McLaren not quite able to get a run back up the inside.
Yeah, that's great work from Irish. You'd think having to go defensive into turn 1 might compromise that exit, but just manages to keep up with that McLaren. But McLaren there just dummying, try and go the inside maybe, but Irish covering it off, and again coming into the back markers, which may cause an issue.
One of those is a back marker. One of those, sorry, I believe I mixed them up there. Very similar liveries. I thought that was the NRW Performance McLaren, but no. I mean, back in P15 or P14, that is the IGL Scuderia McLaren. Two cars coming in battle. The 399 Too Slow McLaren comes in. They have damage. The SRN Motorsport Aston Martin immediately behind. And I believe with that damage that needs to be repaired, the Too Slow team will lose a position there in the pit lane.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I'm just going to keep on board with L. Hartman in the Switzer Motorsport, number 4 Mercedes AMG, because it looks like they're one of the first, well, one of the first drivers to have made a stop already, and only have 2 remaining. So we'll see where that P9 and 10 come out, 399 and 153 come out in relation, as we see T. Delver now in the 88 Mustang also coming into pit.
Sorry to interrupt, but our P2, the Northern Lights McLaren, has come in. They've gone for the undercut. They'll try and have a better stop than the 444, and pit stops are on. Multiple cars coming into the pit lane. That SRN Motorsport Aston Martin has come in, got the stop complete, and gone out. The Too Slow McLaren still in. as they've got to repair that damage. P4, Grand Ducato McLaren comes in. The Tricone Mustang is in. Did not repair that damage, or at least did not repair the cosmetic damage there. The Schwitzer Motorsport MSA, so that number 4 with Hartman that you said came in early, I think they may have had a problem when they got that stop done, as they have just come in again. The Phoenix Endurance USA number 24 Ferrari into the pit lane as well, and the oNiD BMW comes in, as well as the 123U Amateurs Mustang. So quite a few cars getting pit stops out of the way. Do you think Irish will come in on this lap, or do you think he'll stay out?
I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see, but it looks like that 71 McLaren has come out, and he has got some drivers in front of him as well. So that when he catches up with them, obviously, if they don't pit, that's going to maybe compromise his overall race time, stint time.
30-second stop-and-go penalty for the Schwitzer MSA Mercedes, and Irish does not go in. He stays out.
Yeah, I think that's a good move, especially while he's got a clear track in front of him. He might be a bit disadvantaged now with a few cars exiting the pit lane. So he may opt to pit at the end of this lap, maybe, with now a few more cars in front of him.
2EO Lexus comes into the pit lane. The GT Motorsport Mercedes in the pit lane. IGL Scuderia in the pit lane. The top 5 still yet to pit. Schwitzer Motorsport 1, NRW Performance, Schwitzer Motorsport 3, Full Project Racer, and Tipo Racing. That top 5 still yet to come into the pit lane. And that 123, the U Amateurs Mustang, they are out of the pit lane now. They are one to watch. Driver swap for the 71 Northern Lights Racing McLaren. Ozer in the car now. Virolainen has gotten out, and I believe, let me take a look at the driver's list. Virolainen will be back in, I believe, to finish, unless Ozer is going to finish the race from here on out, but I believe Virolainen would be getting back in. Night's still beginning to fall as we've lost another degree of track temperature. Still no rain on the forecast. Race leader, Irish in the Schwitzer Motorsport the Schwitzer Motorsport 1 number 444 Mustang comes into the pit lane. And now we will see how quick of a pit stop the 71 Northern Lights McLaren was able to do. That 365 Mercedes, I believe, again having issues. That's the BM wobbly Mercedes, and they are backwards in the chute. Very bad place to be. They'll have to wait for the field to go on by. We'll go on board with the 71 Northern Lights McLaren. Too Slow Mustangs Anonymous comes in. The 783 Too Slow Mustang. Coming into the final corner now is the Northern Lights McLaren. Irish still in the pit lane. He's at the very end of the pit lane though. When does he drop off the jacks? He drops off now, the 71 McLaren. Will they be able to catch? Will they come out side by side? The McLaren a bit caught up by back marker traffic. And Irish ahead, he's still trying to get up to speed, but I believe he's got it done and has grown that gap. Flashing lights, frustration from the 71 Northern Lights McLaren. But that Full Project Racer Mustang, still technically racing for position, is not necessarily going to have to yield. And they'll go side by side through the bus stop. The 71 not going to be happy about that whatsoever. Contact almost going around. Drama here as we get started with our first pit stops, or get through with our first pit stops.
Yeah, and I think that's was the biggest issue with that 71 McLaren pitting early like that. It does risk coming out and being with other cars behind, well, having to regain them positions and not necessarily getting the blue flags. And has just seen getting caught up and has cost him that time to him and Arash.
The NRW Performance McLaren comes into the pit lane. And they will be scored the leader for one lap, so they will lead one lap of this race, but will give that lead right back to the 444. The 71 almost gone into the wall at the exit of 9. And a bit further behind, Full Project Racer Mustang and the 194 Tipo Racing Ferrari. Both of these cars have still yet to come into the pit lane, so we'll see where they file back in once they get their stops completed. But it's still back to Schwitzer P1, Northern Lights P2. And with those pit stops, the field is spread out a good bit across all positions. We will continue to keep up with any battles that we see directly on track, like this one for P3. Again, these drivers still need to come into the pit lane at some point to get their first stop out of the way. And a crossover from the Tipo Ferrari, but it did not work, not close enough. I believe the 34, too slow BMW behind. In P13, they are a lap down, but they'll try to regain some positions as well. They have got their pit stop out of the way, so they'll gain a few positions when these two come into the pit lane. A late braking move from the 194 Tipo Ferrari, and will get the overtake on the 213 Full Project Racer Mustang, and Dingham will try and get past. He does seem to be the quicker car of the three here. And again, these two ahead still need to come into the pit lane. The 213 Mustang will dive to the right and get it slowed down to not get any speeding penalties in pit lane, which are absolutely devastating in an endurance race.
Yeah, the 213 now pitting in from P4, and that battle for P3, them two drivers who hadn't yet pitted. We'll have to keep an eye on 194 and see when they pit to see where they are still battling on track.
Big mistake from the Schwitzer BMW team. And off and around wide. They have got it back on and didn't collect any damage there, but almost collected their race leading teammate in the 444. No problem, Chandler. I hope you guys continue on well in the race and have a good result as we get down to hopefully the closing stages, as we are just now about a quarter of the way through. Things have definitely calmed down a bit now as we've got our first pit stops out of the way. Issue with the 34 is actually not an issue. They think they're just coming in. They may be on a separate pit strategy, so they were not going to gain any positions when the Tipo and Full Project Racer cars came in. Battle between Full Project Racer and Bademeister. Bademeister in the McLaren goes up the inside around the toe of the boot. And Bademeister will move up into P9.
And you still see that Ferrari, that 194 Ferrari is still staying out. I wonder if they can last another 10 minutes. Do you think they're going to try a two-stop strategy?
I believe they do have to make 3 pit stops.
Of course they have to make 3 pit stops.
No issues there. I mean, I'd love to see some alternate pit strategy, but they do need to make 3.
I wonder if it's probably time for fuel. You could have just done a splash and dash for the last one, but I suppose, yeah, if it's a 3-stop strategy, you're going to have to take 3 stops.
Yes, Chandler, we do have a guest commentator. The guest commentator is me, as I am actually the newcomer to oNiD as Crabbier Philly. There should be a link to his Twitch there in the Twitch chat. Go ahead and throw him a follow. But he usually commentates for oNiD console, I believe, if I'm correct.
Oh, yeah, I try to commentate when I can for oNiD console. When I'm here and available, but no, I'm definitely the guest on your platform and on your stream. It's great to have you with all the overlays.
Yeah, I think they turned out well.
Bringing the content. Yeah, no, they look great.
As long as I ironed out my audio and controller issues early on, which are always very frustrating. I've got an issue with my cable. It, for some reason, does not want to always detect my controller, which also is hooked up to my keyboard and everything, as I've got a USB splitter. And every now and then it just likes to freak out and say that it's got an intermittent connection. So I unplug it, plug it back in, and it doesn't fix it. Maybe a new splitter is on the books.
Potentially, yeah. Or a wireless keyboard or something wireless. I don't know.
I've got I believe it's a Logitech wired keyboard that it makes the nice clicky clacky sounds when I use it, so I like it. Battle here for P13 as GT Motorsport Mercedes with Tachkowski behind the wheel and Druin in the Lexus behind. A bit of oversteer from the Mercedes into turn 10. And side by side through 11, that Tipo Racing Ferrari does finally come into the pit lane, and the number 99 Lexus will slot in ahead and get the position. And we'll see if that Lexus will be able to drive away. Very big moment for the 284 Mercedes as they almost lost it at turn 10. Battle back in P17, or was P17 P18. Sorry, here it is now. Just put me on the wrong car for some reason. The Team Tang Mustang is actually, nope, they will come into the pit lane. So no battle there. Tipo Racing Ferrari still in the pit lane as well. Doing all right, Wilson. How are you doing?
Yeah, I think that Team Tang Mustang had pitted early, hadn't they, after that first lap incident. But stayed on driver, so we should see Wagstaff now taking over for Appleton in that 888 Mustang.
Very unfortunate that they got involved in that early incident, as they were one of the teams to watch, definitely in qualifying P3, but just being collected and a passenger at that point, and have now been trying to claw it back. I mean, up to P19 from the very back of the field is not too much to cry about. And they still definitely have an opportunity, as it's an endurance race. Anything can happen. They just have to continue on and hope that everything goes their way.
Yeah, definitely. It's still a long way to go, and with track limits and pit stops, you see how easy it is. Someone's already had a stop go 30, and with only 3 warnings, 4 warnings of track limits before a drive-through in 4 hours, we may see a few others falling short of that.
Battle here between the Too Slow Racing BMW and the Fanatic Virtual Racing Ferrari. This Ferrari was racing, or they were holding on to P3 nicely. I believe while you were getting dinner, you may have seen it. There was contact between, I believe, the Grand Ducato McLaren and the Ferrari, the number 140 Ferrari. The 140 Ferrari ended up getting a broken wing and had to come into the pit lane to repair. Now racing against the Too Slow BMW for P21.
That is a real shame for them. They were definitely looking quick and looking on for a podium this evening.
Still not off the books, but they've got a lot of work to do to get there. Tipo McLaren and Full Project Racer Mustang. I believe this is just a pit cycle, putting them back beside each other as Tipo Ferrari stayed ahead.
Looks like the leader OS now has got quite a comfortable gap, about 6.2 seconds. That'll be a no pressure stint for him, and hopefully able to see out for 4 hours without making any big mistakes.
Yes, that gap growing and him able to kind of drive at maybe 90-95% now rather than the 110% that he was driving with Virolainen behind him. Now Virolainen is going to be able to get some rest and get back into the car nice and warmed up. Irish will be probably 3 hours into his race by then, and Virolainen might be able to get a little bit of practice in, stay warmed up, but he'll come back into the car and challenge for that position. So it's not over yet for Irish. He's got a bit of a gap built, but a long way to go still. Battle here for P19 between Bleich and Hubert, the Schwitzer MSA Mercedes, getting the position away from the Too Slow Mustang, but very defensive between the two. Just a well-timed overtake for the Schwitzer Mercedes.
Yeah, and it looked like the 140 Ferrari just managed to gain another position.
They were running P3.
Score back up.
So we know that they have the pace to be up there, but they just have a lot of cars to slice their way through. Another one to watch, that 123. That 123 Mustang, they have come back. I believe they started, I don't remember where they qualified exactly, but they started a good ways back in the pack, have now raced their way up to P5. Rajnov now behind the wheel. And they've got 2.7 seconds to P4. They don't have the fastest lap of the race, but they definitely seem to be catching the leaders and catching the field.
I was going to say, the 1-2-3 car just checked in qualifying, didn't actually set a lap, so started in P34.
A bit of a last to first challenge, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely.
We'll just have to wait and see what they're able to do. The track temperature dropping again. It took about, I'd say, 30 minutes to drop 1 degree, but now an hour and 20 minutes in, we've dropped 3 more degrees from then. And night is falling. The track is getting cooler by the minute. The NRW Performance McLaren with the... Oh, I'm blanking on it. It's the Scuderia McLaren, the IGL Scuderia Racing McLaren. P4 and P17, these two McLarens. Similar liveried, but not the same, just running somewhat similar Gulf colors. One of them with an actual Gulf livery. And Irish actually growing that gap. Was 6 seconds, now 7.6. Irish will just continue to try and pull away little by little. Love to see more people drive the Porsche, Lexus, and Bentley. Porsche is, I mean, if you're a Porsche driver, you're a Porsche driver. We do have one Porsche in the race as the 194 Tipo Racing Ferrari comes into the pit lane. Is that a return to the garage? As they came in from P11, did they have a mistake, or are they trying to get off of the strategy? I mean, they will be losing some positions there, and I didn't see them necessarily slow down, as I think they may have just come in. Oh, they had an issue from the 194 Tipo Racing McLaren. Thank you, Salverius, for letting me know. Unfortunate there. The gap from Irish and Ozer continuing to grow. The GT Motorsport Mercedes with Taskowski behind the wheel comes in. Battle between the Fanatic Ferrari and the Too Slow Mustang. This battle for P20 now, as having to repair damage. That Fanatic Ferrari now has to claw their way back through the field. They do get the position away from the Too Slow Mustang. And they have a lot of speed in that Mustang, but they've got a lot of work to do to get back up to the front of the field where they were running. Again, not impossible, just quite the large task. Chandler, they were in the 194 Tipo Racing Ferrari.
Yeah, and it looks like after the first stops with an hour and nearly up to the hour and a half mark gone, the field is spreading out a fair bit, isn't it? With probably the closest race now.
We have a couple cars to watch here, as the 143 Fanatic Virtual Racing Team Ferrari is one to watch. They've just gone past the Too Slow Mustang, and as those two cars came in just ahead into the pit lane, the good thing for this Fanatic Virtual Racing Team Ferrari, they had their incident just a lap or two before pit stops officially started. So they're not necessarily going to be off of the pit strategy. They do have to change up their strategy maybe to try and gain some time here or there. But they're not 25, 30 minutes off of the strategy. It should be fairly easy to track their position both for us and them. And maybe they can redefine their target of what their expected race finish position may be.
I think another car to watch out for is that 123 Mustang, with currently Roshoff at the wheel of the U Amateurs, which will be a very fitting if they come from the back of the field up to a podium finish.
That NRW Mustang, 0.3 gained in the last sector, 2.2 to 1.9. And they have a lot of talent in that Mustang, as they are not very far away from possibly getting into a battle for position for that P4 spot. It's a bit further ahead to go to the number 21 Grand Ducato McLaren for P3. This 123 Mustang, they've got quite a bit of speed, and I think everything is just going their way. Across the line, the gap will update 0.5 of a second found in Sector 3 on that last lap.
Now want to try and get past this 777 McLaren pretty quickly to try and get that just over 5.5 second gap to P3. They can try and claw some of that time back also.
The gap between U Amateurs and NRW now less than a second. 0.959. We'll see how this changes as they come into the next sector line. But Rajnov has a lot of speed in that Mustang. Just getting closer and closer. They may have closed this up enough for a move at turn 1. Depends on their exits here. We'll go on board with this Mustang for just a moment.
Yeah, it looks like that P3 of 21 is catching up with some back markers now, so that is definitely going to close the gap up to P4 and 5 also.
Now, maybe getting into kind of the vortex though. They always say catching is one thing, passing is another. They have caught up to the 777 McLaren now. But ever closer that they get, that time gained is going to shrink little by little. See if it's just a quick snap move to get the overtake quick and clean, or if this is going to erupt into more of a battle. Defensive goes the 777 McLaren as they come into the bus stop. 123 does not try to send it into the bus stop though. And it is now just a race for position between the two. And a car off there, the 284 Mercedes. That was the GT Motorsport Mercedes with Tashkowski, who just came into the pit lane a little bit ago. Right up onto the rear of the 777. The gap was close, but has now grown just a bit. And I think Masserat in that McLaren definitely knows that this 123 Mustang is probably going past. And he's got the decision of fight it to the end, or is he eventually going to maybe let that 123 Mustang past?
Yeah, I know. Well, if it was me, you can obviously see the times, can't you? And if the driver's quick, I'd probably just try and let him past and try and claw on behind and use the slipstream just to try and stay in touch and get dragged along as well.
I don't know how much dragging along is going to happen with that 123. They are absolutely flying And with that speed, will pull alongside at the bus stop later on the brakes, and they will get the overtake done. We'll see if that 777 will be able to tag along. Bit of a flash of the lights from the 777. Don't know if maybe that was just a congratulatory on the overtake, or maybe wanting to signal that they are not going to take that one lying down, as the 777 did eye a bit of an aggressive move into the chute. We'll see if that McLaren is able to hold on to the 123. Now, target set on the 21 McLaren, who you did say was in a bit of traffic a bit further ahead. We do see that duo of the 123 and the 777 in that background. And there is a lot of traffic up here.
Yeah, and that's only going to help the 123, but of course the 123 will catch up with the same said traffic and have to try and pass exactly the same, but will hopefully be on a better set of circumstances, better track, and lose a little bit less time. As we see that gap already coming down, it was just over 5-6 seconds, wasn't it? And it's now only 4.2.
The 737 Bentley being overtaken by the joint Schwitzer Motorsport MSA Mercedes AMG for P16, and then the Bademeister McLaren coming through with Vogel behind the wheel. And that gap from Irish to Ozer continuing to grow, now almost 10 seconds.
And there's a battle on for P11 with the 77 and 99, with the Lexus just managing to get past the BMW.
And there's a long way to go between those two to the next car in battle. That would be the 213 Full Project Racer Mustang. And they are just coming out of the final corner and across the start-finish line. The 777 McLaren has now been dropped by the U amateurs. Ford Mustang. Some of you may catch the team name for the U amateurs. Ford Mustang is not necessarily going to be a description of the team, but it may be a statement by the 123 Ford Mustang, as they are definitely putting on a masterclass for grinding up through the field. Still a long way to go, and anything can happen. Still the potential of a weather change. That 123 and still catching some traffic in, like you said, just in the right spot. As they will continue to cut down the time to the Grand Ducato McLaren. That number 21 McLaren is well in the traffic, and a bit of a blipping Ferrari up ahead. I believe that is the 970 Phoenix Endurance USA Ferrari of Campos. And the gap, you said 5 seconds just a couple laps ago, now 3.3 between the 123 and the 21. But then it's 30 seconds from the 21 to the 71. Do you think the 123 will win this race? Do you think they have a chance?
No. I don't think they have a chance to win the race. Podium, for sure. Win it, I think maybe a stretch.
I don't
like
know.
To say
They're catching quite a bit.
if you say it's another 30 seconds to is it 30 seconds from P3 to P1?
It's
Or
30 seconds from P3 to P2, so it's 40 seconds from P3 to P1.
So I think that might be a bit too much of a stretch. I mean, if ARS has a big off maybe, or a stop go, or a drive through. But if he carries on the pace he's on, then I think it might be a big stretch for Rosov to or the team to catch that. But, definitely on for a P3 and potentially could straight a P2, but I think that even 30 seconds might be a bit of a big push.
Riding on board with the 21 Grand Ducato McLaren and not the white Mustang immediately behind. That is the P24 Team Tang Mustang, which does have good speed relative to the 123, as they did qualify P3, but a bit further back you can see the 123 Mustang just inching closer and closer. That 970 Ferrari, I believe, is having a bit of a connection issue. They may be talked to about blipping as they get it all wrong. Coming out of turn 9. And they have gone around, and I believe they may have actually had a disconnection there. The 77 BMW NFT Racers come into the pit lane. And
now the 555 BMW, sorry, trying to get past the, and does get past the 783 Mustang 4P20.
Did just catch on to the tail end of that, and I was just going to add that the GT Motorsport Mercedes has just come out of the pit lane. And they have completed all their stops. Not that they can go from here to the end on one stop, but the stops have at least been completed for now. And coming early, the NFT Racers BMW has a bit of damage on it, but not enough that it would warrant coming in for an alternate pit stop, but they have, at least for now, come in and decided to, I think, go off strategy a bit. The gap from the 123 Mustang to the 21 McLaren has steadied a bit, is actually growing ever so slightly. Was 3 seconds, now 3.3, so there may be a bit of a block, at least with traffic and the way the car is running right now, that their time gained has slowed a bit, but still cannot count them out of the podium. The Fnatic Virtual Racing team up to P17 as they have now overtaken the NFT Racers BMW. That BMW, they did come in and repair damage, so no more damage on the front of that BMW. And hopefully no more damage for them throughout the rest of the race. The Schwitzer MSA Mercedes, the furthest ahead with 2 stops completed, but I do believe they are off of the pit strategy. We'll see if they can extend one of those stops and maybe try and get back in line with the rest of the field. That top 5 has a ton of speed. It's everyone lapped, I believe, down to the top 7. The top 7, I believe, have lapped the field.
Yeah, that is incredible, isn't it? And within 55 laps as well.
21 behind the 88 Tricone Mustang. This is P3 to P12. And that 123 alongside with the 888 Team Tang Mustang, as that very much could have been a battle for position had the the 888 not been involved in that lap 1 incident, but sadly they were, and their race has been upside down since. But continuing on, they'll try and get the best result that they can. And again, anything can go their way
And
closer
now
to the end
the
of the session.
140 Ferrari already up onto P, trying to get P16, and does get it from Jay Lysett in the 737 Bentley.
So they will move up into P16. The next car ahead, quite a ways ahead. Just moving into P8 is the number 4 Switzer Motorsport AMG, or the Switzer MSA joint effort AMG there. But we did see that Fanatic Ferrari in P3. They qualified well enough in the field, or high enough in the field, to contend for that P3. Don't know that they'll have enough time to get back up onto the podium, but we should see them in the top 10. At least if everything continues on as smoothly as it has gone for them post-incident with the McLaren earlier on. Update on the battle for P3. The 123, with a couple back markers in between, is now 2.2 seconds away from the Grand Ducato McLaren. Things are going to get interesting in this battle. Night continued to fall. The track temperature has stayed stable for the past while, and still the last bits of sunset before we go full into the night, and still no threat of rain. While I'm sure the 21 is glad that they don't have any traffic to contend with, a big kicker in this battle is that 123 has slipstream. The 21 does not. And it's not just any slipstream, it's slipstream from a fellow Mustang. So that is a big speed boost being handed to the 123. The gap is now well under 2 seconds, 1.7. The gap between Rajnov and Stefanoka. But no, a bit wide through the outer loop. I think trying to find a bit more speed, stepped just outside the racing line. See if that grows the gap at all. Almost an incident behind with that Bentley. I believe that was the oNiD Bentley. It was. They've got a bit of damage. Almost went into the NRW Performance McLaren, but managed to hold on to it. No issue there. And now the gap with traffic, the gap has grown from the 21 to the 123. And this is where the 123 will have some issues. They've got the speed. They just need the track position to get those positions cleanly. Blue flags for the 88. They will yield to the 123, and now it is a 1-to-1 fight on pace alone between the 123 and the 21. Irish still your leader, with the 71 about 10 seconds back. And we are not too far away from our next round of pit stops. And I would say this pit stop is going to be the most crucial pit stop of the race, because whenever you stop for this stop, it sets you up for your final stop. And maybe a bit of a controversial opinion, or probably just a cold take that makes sense to everybody, but where you stop on this second stop determines where you're going to stop, or what time you'll have left in the race when you stop for your final stop. Do you push this one out as long as possible and have the fresher tires for as long as possible, or run those tires for as little as possible on the final stint? Or do you just try to keep it out, maybe run this stint a bit longer or a bit shorter and run the final stint a bit longer and try to avoid some incidents, maybe gain some positions in the pit lane.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. And I actually just realised if they did only have 5 sets of tyres, if it is 3 stops, that's 4 sets of tyres they'll be using anyway, isn't it? So they probably would have only had 1 set for practice and quali.
Better hope that they kept those tires nice, or maybe they put a lap or 2 on, maybe scrub them in a little bit so they're not coming on completely fresh tires. They'll be a little bit worn and maybe warm up quicker when they get out there on track. This gap between this 21 and the 123 has held at 1.7 seconds for a couple laps now. We'll see when that 123 maybe starts to gain that time that we've seen them gaining. I think they may have found a bit of pace through this sector 2 of this lap. As they come across the sector 3 line, no, the gap has grown. The 21 is equaling or better the pace of the 123 Ford Mustang. So I think you may be right. The win may, at least right now, be out of the picture for the 123, or at least it's going to be very hard to get that win. Oh. Hold on. Philly, are you still good in the session?
Yeah, no, I'm still here.
It's a very rare game crash for me, but hopefully we should be able to get back in with no issue. I don't see any reason why there will be. Just a rare game issue, as can't quite have a console stream without a fair bit of jank.
And we have a nice battle forming between the 99 Lexus and 213 Full Project Racer Mustang. As we see the 213 Mustang go slightly wide and just allowing the Lexus up the inside.
And we're back in, no issues there.
That gives the Lexus P10.
So, bit of a crash, but no issues. Lexus up to P10. Full Project Racer 213 Mustang down to P11. The gap between the 21 and the 123 now 1.5 seconds. So catching slowly, or at least back on the front foot, as we are now truly in nighttime. The track has not gone completely dark, as it will. Not much for lights here at Watkins Glen. The car's doing a lot of the lifting with their headlights. Now that gap 1.1 seconds. I think the 21 got it a bit wrong through the bus stop.
I've been looking at the times over the last few laps and where 1, 2, 3 is gaining it. It does look like they do gain it going through the first sector and into that first part of the second sector.
Now less than a second, the gap between the two. And we'll just watch behind as that 123 Mustang is still trying to catch. Gap grows a bit as they come out of turn 9 and into 10. The screen just being illuminated by the backfire burning off of extra fuel of this McLaren 720S. The 737 Not Last Racing Bentley comes into the pit lane. And on that backwards cam, we did not see the too slow Mustang ahead of the 21, and that may have been causing a bit of the backup here. They've got blue flags. They will yield. The 123, looks like they may have wanted to go for the move up the inside. Did not work, or at least wasn't close enough to make it work.
Yeah, I think we'll just have to hold back for this part of the lap. I think the McLaren is probably a little bit stronger.
You can see where that gap was at the previous sector, just a tenth between the two. Now it grows to about half a second. This battle is well on. We'll see how the 21 is able to defend. And do you think this battle is going to run into or through our pit stops? Because we are, again, not far away from our second round of pit stops.
I'd imagine the 123 Mustang will be hoping to dispatch the 21 before the pit stops and try and build a gap before coming in. Of course, wanting and doing is completely different, so they may have to try and force it in the pits and try and get the contact position through the pit stops.
Now, would you use this second stint to extend? Would you try and maybe come in on your last stop with 45 minutes or so as a late braking move side by side through the bus stop for P3? But it's not enough to work, and I think Rosnov in the Mustang kind of seeing the signs of that going a bit awry and opened up the gap a bit, gave the position back and says, hey, we'll try and do it at another time. It is holding between these two. And the more time that they battle, further and further away the Northern Lights McLaren and the Schwitzer Mustang will get. But at least for the cars that the 123 has had to catch up to, again, it's going to get harder and harder for these overtakes to work the further up the field they go. You're kind of like climbing a ladder or moving through levels in a video game. The further and further you get, the harder your enemies will get. And they're almost up to the final boss, but not quite yet. And this one is definitely causing a bit more issues than the ones have in the past. These 777 did take a while for the 123 to get past, but the 21 is definitely an issue for the 123. Also, our race leader, the 444, catching up to some lap traffic ahead. We'll step away from this battle momentarily. The 555 did get the position away from the 777. So no real battle there. or at least the battle has been waged and is over.
No, and also that gap from the 140 to the 4 Mercedes slowly coming down as well. Now just at 3.68 seconds, which was pretty much double that. A couple of laps to go.
They're gaining that time fairly quickly as they try to go through the field.
Now E3 and 4 coming up onto back marker traffic. Is this going to play a factor? I don't think it is.
If it does, it'll be into the favor of the 21, as that 123 is going to be forced to stick to the inside. I think that was a bit of a blessing for the 21, as the 123 was not quite able to get onto the outside for the true racing line through 10 and 11, or at least through 10.
And also just see a change in position for Triple Eight, currently driven by M. Wagstaff, currently making their way up into the top 20.
Again, things have not quite gone their way early on. They went all the way to the back of the pack, all the way to the back of the field. So, getting back up into the top 20 is progress, but definitely not where they were hoping to be when we got done with qualifying. This battle for P3 continues. Still more traffic up ahead. And the 194, the Tipo Racing Ferrari, they did have that disconnection, but they were able to get it back on pit lane and get back out there. They're a couple laps down, but still racing. That is the 888 Tricombe Racing coming into the pit lane. And what has happened to the gap between 21 and the 123? It's growing. I think it could possibly be that the 21 has some slipstream up ahead, but I don't think they would gain what was essentially half a second in 2 sectors on slipstream alone. The 194 will yield. 21 will go through. The 123 will follow suit. The Schwitzer MSA number 4 Mercedes comes into the pit lane from P16. And any moment now we should see a lot more cars come into the pits for their second stop of the race. They will have 1 stop to go, so about 1 pit stop per hour. And is that what's happening here? The 123 coming in? Yes, they are. And the 21 coming in as well. 21 did not quite yield to the pit entry line, but this is a race on pit lane. And that 123 closed up a lot of time as they got to the pit limiter.
Yeah, and who's going to hit that box dead on? And I think that's sometimes why I don't like just following a driver into the pits, just in case you've been practicing and know exactly where to stop, and they end up holding you up at the line. Like the 1, 2, 3 definitely gained some time, like you said.
I believe the 666 Schwitzer 3 Mustang comes into the pit lane. Yes, they do. We'll watch and see. It is a bit like paint drying, I understand. I believe that's the 777 coming in as well. Sorry, the 772. The oNiD BMW comes in. The 123 on the jacks faster, or off the jacks faster. The 21, and no, getting a 30-second stop-and-go penalty for speeding in pit lane. They tried to just hold on to the speed, hold on to the gap, and it's all gone wrong for them, as the 123 Mustang will take the position away and will find themselves in P3 when this pit cycle is over.
Yeah, it's incredibly unfortunate. And that's going to definitely drop that 21 McLaren down the order.
It is a bit of a devastating penalty. More pit stops continuing. The 71 Northern Lights Racing McLaren in. We'll see if Ozer comes in on a double stint. I don't see why he wouldn't. The Schwitzer Motorsport 2 555 BMW comes in. Someone else just rolling out of the pit lane as well. Unsure of exactly who it was. I think it may have been... Sorry, it was not the 777. There was another car that just rolled out of the pit lane. Seemed to have just missed the number. Sorry, it was the 71. That was the Northern Lights McLaren that just rolled out. 153 Aston Martin, the SRN Motorsport Aston Martin comes into the pit lane. They've made their way up the grid a fair bit and don't have any damage on that Aston Martin for the time being. And the Tipo Racing 194 Ferrari back into the pit lane as well. Irish still leads. NRW Performance scored P2, but both of these top two cars still need to come into the pit lane. Irish, the solo driver, now past the halfway point. We will see if he can continue on. And it was another disconnect for the 194 Ferrari. And still staying out is the 777 NRW Performance McLaren. The 21 McLaren is in, serving that 30-second stop and go. And the 30-second stop and go is clear. They fall back down to P8 for the time being. We'll see where they get scored, though, as they come through the Sector 1 timing line just before the bus stop. The 399 Too Slow McLaren comes into the pit lane, as well as the IGL Scuderia McLaren. And it's down to P10 for the 21 Grand Ducato McLaren, but it is not over for them. Still plenty of time to regain those lost positions. Bademeister McLaren 406 comes into the pit lane. And we'll see if anyone else decides to follow suit. Let's just have a bit of a checkup on a few of the cars that we haven't been giving much coverage to. The B & Wobbly number 2 365 Mercedes, the oNiD Racing 772 BMW, 24 Phoenix Endurance USA Ferrari 296, the Full Project Racer 241 Aston Martin. The oNiD Bentley and the Pit Lane Predators Porsche. Both of those cars have had their trials and tribulations throughout the race. The SRN Motorsport Aston Martin out of the pit lane. And they are just ahead of the NRW Performance. Actually, sorry, they are just ahead, but they are technically still behind the NRW Performance McLaren, still needing to come into the pit lane. The AM Racing solo effort from the 59 driver of Worth comes in P12, so solo drivers not doing a bad job. The 99 Lexus just comes out of the pit lane. The 140 Fanatic Virtual Racing Team Ferrari comes into the pit lane as well. Irish still your race leader, but also still needs to come into the pit lane. And make sure, whether or not you're tuning in now or rewatching the race later, that you do go follow Crabbier Philly 57 for co-commentating with me on the stream. The link is there in the Twitch chat, or you can find him Crabbier Philly 57, F-I-L-L-Y for the Philly part. AM Racing BMW and the Fanatic Virtual Racing Ferrari both come out of the pit lane. We still wait to see Irish come in, but he is definitely stretching out this stint and wants to have as little time as possible on the next stint. The 71 Northern Lights Racing McLaren with Virolainen back behind the wheel, so no double stint for Ozer as a 365 Mercedes goes around. That gap to the 123, how is it? It actually seems to be quite the large gap now. As Crabbier, I think you were right, it's probably going to be a bit too much to do for the 123 to catch. They are about half a lap behind P2.
Yeah, I think it's...
Or sorry, it's now P3, but it should be P2 whenever they come into the pit lane.
P2, I think just a little bit too much. There was, of course, a big drama. I mean, with still one more pit stop to go, they could obviously get a stop go like we just saw the only one McLaren.
The 777 NRW McLaren comes into the pit lane from P2. That leaves our race leader of Irish still yet to come in. So we'll see when he comes in, possibly on this lap, but he's got a bit of a gap to rely on, and we know that he's got the speed, and still not coming in. Little over half a lap, more like 2/3 of a lap for the gap between Irish and Virolainen. And I was really surprised to see no double stint from Ozer, but I think they're going to both stay. I guess they're both going to try and stay fresh. We'll see if Virolainen pulls the double here at the end for the last 2 hours, or if Ozer will get back in to finish for the 71. Ozer did not necessarily lose any time or lose any positions, or did not lose any positions, but he did lose some time to Irish in the 444 Schwitzer Mustang. Battle here between the AM Racing BMW and the Fanatic Virtual Racing Ferrari. After these pit stops, they're currently in P19. And we'll see if they can get P18 away from the solo effort BMW. And the 213. It looks like the lights are off. The lights are on that 213 Mustang. But the 153 SRN Aston Martin looking to get the position away. That full project racer Mustang still yet to come in as our race leader comes into the pit lane. And Erish in the 444 will get it stopped, shut down, and should have no issues coming back out of the pit lane in the race lead.
Yeah, the 21 McLaren now trying to make their way back up through the order after that stop go. Tries to get through on number 406, does get through, but just got a little loose on the exit, but manages to hold it. Sorry, that was on the 4 Mercedes, that must have just been a blue flag.
The full project racer Mustang will have to come into the pit lane before too long, but I wonder if they're holding up this SRN Aston Martin just a bit. Again, that Aston Martin, they have sliced their way up through the field quite a ways. And they are definitely applying pressure to the full project racer Mustang. We'll see if they get past or whether or not that Mustang comes into the pit lane, whichever happens first. And still no weather. I mean, it would be very characteristic for us to have a late weather change. And while I would like to see a bit of rain, it would definitely put the race on its head for many of our racers and teams.
Yes, that would certainly mix things up for sure. And especially with only one pit stop as well left, wouldn't it be nice to see a bit of rain come in the forecast after 30 minutes goes by, so then yeah, people would do their last pit stop, bolt some wet tyres on, and race to the end.
Depending on how much rain, if we do get any, how much rain it would be, that would be a major factor in whether or not you come in for wets, brave it out on slicks, or maybe just try and pull the double, come in on wets for a little bit and go back out on slicks if the time is worth it, because a dry track on wet tires, they're going to be quick when the track is wet, but they will be very, very slow and degrade extremely quickly when the track is dry. Battle between Bademeister McLaren and the Grand Ducato McLaren. This will be a battle for P8. And just a bit further up ahead is that battle between SRN and Full Project Racer. SRN has gone ahead, so we know which of the two I referenced earlier, which one would come first. The overtake comes first before the Mustang comes into the pit lane. And a bit of interesting traffic here. I thought we would have blue flags for the McLaren jumping in between this battle for P8, but no, that is Virolainen in the 71 Northern Lights McLaren disrupting this battle. So this is P2 lapping up to P7. As this P8 is turned into P7, the Full Project Racer Mustang comes in. They are the last car needing to come into the pit lane. And they'll have a lot longer to go for their next stop. And they might come in with some fresher tires towards the end of the race should everything continue to go right for them. The 406 getting a bit squirrely coming out of the bus stop. They do manage to hold on to the car, and no issues there. Virolainen will go up ahead, but is now losing a bit of time, and that will bring the 21 right back into this fight. Virolainen has a lot of work to do to try and catch back up to Erish for the race lead. First and foremost, though, is this battle for P7. Vogel versus Parenti. And blue flags ahead for, I believe, the number 44 BM Wobbly Mercedes with Tryon behind the wheel. And 36 seconds the gap between Virolainen and Kirichenko for that P2 spot. So as you were saying, it's a bit of a gap to try and close. And around has gone the 44. That is the BM Wobbly Mercedes that we were just talking about. This battle for P7 is well and truly on. Big slides coming from the 406 through the bus stop.
I mean, there is potential for Kirichenko to get that B2, but they would of course need to be at least a second a lap on average quicker than Virolainen, and I don't think they are.
I don't think they are faster than Virolainen. I think Virolainen is the number one driver for that Northern Lights racing team, and he's got a lot of work to do to try and catch the Schwitzer Motorsport Mustang. This battle here for P7 is getting closer and closer between Vogel and Parenti. Parenti is trying to find a bit of time. We do see him kind of overstepping. Speaking of overstep, the 406 of Bademeister goes just past the track limits and nearly goes into the outside wall. We'll ride on board for a second with the 406, the 21 of Parenti chasing down the 406 with Vogel. And you can see truly how dark it is on track now. If the headlights can't see it, you can't see it, especially as you come up through the S's, but there are hardly any lights on track to help the drivers. The battle of rotation between the 21 and the 406. The 21 wins there as they come down into the chute. Was almost close enough for the overtake, but not quite. Wide coming out of turn 6 as they come into 7 though. Will the 21 win that battle of rotation again? I don't think, not quite. They both have a bit of a wiggle trying to get on the power as early as possible. 38 minutes left to go in this race, and we've got a battle for position here for P7. Side by side they go into the bus stop. It's brave. We've seen a lot of contact between these two as they come into the bus stop. Not between these two, but a lot of contact between cars that are trying to go side by side through the bus stop. And the 21 just falls back and yields, wants to fight another day. I think contact with the outside wall for the 4 of Hartman in the Mercedes. He may have a bit of damage on that Mercedes now. The Too Slow Racing BMW of Dingham in the pit lane. Hope that is a normal pit stop and not a disconnection for them. I believe they will lose a position or two. The Team Tang Mustang just ahead, racing with that SRN Aston Martin, and the Team Tang Mustang gets it all wrong, and they also would have to yield. Out of the pit lane for their final stop, or not final stop completed, but they have completed 3 pit stops. They will come out. Currently P20, we'll see where they line out when everything is said and done. Yeah, they should. I think they are going to have one stop. They'll have to stop with around 30 minutes left of the race, I believe. There's a couple battles developing. We've got a battle a bit further behind for P18 between Worth and Kaspari. This is AM Racing versus Switzer Motorsport 2.
Bit of contact between the 21 McLaren and the 406, and unfortunately the 21 just comes off worse.
And yes, the 21 is around. I don't think too much damage for them, but that's definitely not going to help them in their pace. Just racing incident contact there, I assume?
Yeah, just going side by side through the last couple of corners. Just a little bit of door rubbing.
Team Tang Mustang in the pit lane.
Reacting.
Now on with this battle for P18 between Worth and Kaspari. So I believe this is now going to be one of our only battles for position on track, but a battle for position nonetheless. Battle between the two BMWs continues. The 555 does go into the outside wall. They are well into the slipstream. Will it be a late braking move into turn one? Not quite close enough. They are well on the tail. Carried a lot more speed into the S's. They wanted to have a nose up the inside at the start of the S's, but just not quite going to work there. Maybe there is the possibility of a late braking move into the bus stop. Again, not quite. Still just has to sit idly behind. Let's go on board with the 555. Trying to force a bit of an overshoot from the 59. It's not quite going to work though. And no, I think losing it completely on their own is the 59. Carrying a bit too much speed into the hairpin. And they go wide and lose it. I think just unsettling the car on the brakes. And that position will be given to the 555 of Kaspari. The SRN Aston Martin has the 406 McLaren of Bademeister closing in. It's Aston Martin versus McLaren. McLaren just trying to find an opening as they come down into turn 6 to shoot. Almost getting it a bit wrong. Flash of the lights as they come into the braking zone 4-7. The Aston Martin goes wide. Will that open the door for the 406 McLaren? There is a battle between the, looks like a battle between the too slow Mustang and the oNiD Racing Bentley just ahead. Yes, it is. So we'll have two battles here on screen. This battle for P22, the too slow Mustang trying to get the position away. And then a bit further back, but further ahead in track position is the battle for P6 between SRN and Bademeister. Still continuing between the 153 and the 406. We did get a request to show the 272 Vindex Motorsport BMW. Apparently the only Brazilian team on the grid. Back in with this battle for P6 between SRN and Bademeister Racing. They come into turn 11. Bademeister does get a better run. They will have the inside as they come down into turn 1. Will the McLaren be able to get the overtake on the brakes? Side by side into turn 1. The McLaren will go up the inside, and I think a bit of a poor run from the 153. And now being shuffled outside by the MSA Schwitzer McLaren. They will now just have to fall back, technically losing 2 positions, as they've got a back marker that has unlapped themselves from them just ahead. The 406 will hold on to P6 for right now. The next car up ahead, the 666 Schwitzer Motorsport 3 Ford Mustang in P5. NRW Performance McLaren in P4. That 123 Mustang has driven off into the distance. And the gap between Erich and Virolainen has grown. 20 seconds between the two now. The 123 is still trying to catch the 71 for P2. That would make it an all Mustang front row. 33.4 seconds the gap though. It's a long way to go to try and catch that McLaren for P2. And if Kirichenko and the U Amateurs team is able to catch up to the Northern Lights Racing McLaren, I would not feel so safe in the Schwitzer Motorsport Mustang leading this race. Gap between Bademeister and SRN growing now, 1.6 seconds. Bit of a poor run out of turn 1 from the IGL Scuderia McLaren. They've got the AM Racing solo effort from Worth behind, who is well on the slipstream and is going to be looking for an overtake shortly. That Worth AM Racing BMW was very close behind at the Sector 1 timing line, but as they came through the Sector 2 timing line, that gap now back over a second. .406 McLaren comes into the pit lane, but that is not going to be the kind of pit stop they wanted to make or when they wanted to make it, and I think it's a disconnection from the 406. What has happened for the 406? The IGL Scuderia McLaren comes down the pit lane and was running P4, sorry, not P4, but they were pretty far up the order, the 406 McLaren. And I think they may have just had a retirement. battle between the 737 Not Last Racing Bentley and the 888 Team Tang Mustang. That Team Tang Mustang has a lot of speed. They did qualify P3. Side by side around the chute, the Mustang wants to go the long way around the outside. They will give themselves the inside for turn 7. And the Team Tang Mustang will take P17. You amateurs Mustang Kirichenko behind the wheel. Just trying to churn out the fastest laps possible, as these guys have had a ton of speed all day. The 399 McLaren in the pit lane, as it's a two slow double stack. The two slow Mustang comes in, as well as the two slow McLaren. The 783 Mustang gets a 30-second stop and go penalty for speeding in pit lane, though. That is a killer for their race, as they will come out just in front of our race leader. Two slow McLaren still waiting to come out of the pit lane, as they are dropping down a few positions. Virolainen in the 71 McLaren still trying to catch up to the 444 or not lose any more time, and has just been slowly bleeding some time. The gap now up to 18 seconds between the 444 and the 71. And the 399 McLaren still in the pit lane. Are they having issues with the car? Down to P17. They were running in the top 10. Now finally getting rolling. Don't know if they were having some issues or what, but they are finally back rolling. .44 around at turn 6 and sitting sideways on the track, narrowly avoiding contact with the 272. The 272 did end up taking out a couple boards, though. And luckily there, no one making contact with the 44 Mercedes. The 15 off at turn 7, though. That's the pit lane Predators Porsche. And they've got a touch of damage on that Porsche. Fitter in the too slow McLaren. Wonder exactly what had gone wrong with their pit stop, as it did seem unusually long for a pit stop. I believe Hartman has just overtaken the Tricome Racing Mustang for P11. And it's a long way to go for the Schwitzer MSA Mercedes to catch up to the 77 BMW for P10. But a top 10 finish is not outside of the realm of possibility for the Schwitzer MSA team. Bit of a flash of the lights from the 153 SRN Motorsport Aston Martin. Currently running in P6. They've kept their nose clean pretty much the entire duration of the race. They have been lapped. They are about to be lapped by the 123. As our race leaders have gone by. Just an hour and 15 minutes left in this race. Grand Ducato McLaren with the 2-yo Lexus closing in behind. This McLaren was running in competition for the podium. Now down to P7 as they got involved in some contact and in an incident that caused a bit of damage. And that Lexus with the superior top speed will just pull on by, fly on by. And the 99 will move up into P7. Over in the Tricome Mustang now has the 140 Ferrari, who may be closing up. We did see this Ferrari in P3 early on in this race, but they got involved in some contact. Broken wing, damage to the car, had to come in and repair. Long time wasting repairs. They have some pace, and they have definitely been gaining some time. They were down to P20, back up to P13 now. We'll see how far they can go. The only Lexus out there on the grid, currently running P7. As the only Porsche just comes into the foreground. You can hear that Porsche just about anywhere on track. It's a very distinct flat six sound. Also very distinct is the low rumbling V8 of the Lexus RCF GT3.
As you said, that Mustang, that 140 Ferrari, the Fanatic Virtual Racing Team closing up now on the 88 Mustang. And looks like they're gonna try and make a move.
And they will get it done. They've gone ahead, but I don't know they've got it sorted away. They should be now. And that should be up to P12 for the Fanatic Virtual Racing Team Ferrari. Also, the NFT Racers BMW in the pit lane.
So potentially the last stop for that number 77 BMW.
It would be quite a long ways to go on one tank of fuel and one set of tires, but it may be the make or break. Just hope that there's no rain if that's what you're going to do. As if you are coming in for a long stint, you are definitely going to be gambling on nothing changing from here on out. Could go your way, could completely unravel your race. But as of right now, we're just about 75% of the way through, and still no worries of rain, so could be that we go rain-free. Could be that we get a shower in the last 30 minutes or so.
Looks like a fairly stabilised top three, doesn't it? And if they don't put a foot wrong, I imagine it will be what the order is come the end of the race. I think the from P10 to P20 might still yet be decided, with quite a few different pit strategies and some faster drivers out there now.
And it does seem to be that a lot of those cars are all close on laps and still within racing for position range. But as of right now, and as endurance races go, everyone is kind of spread out, just trying to make it to the end. Well, as you said, we are about at the end and should see, sometime in the next 20 minutes, the majority of our drivers come in. There are some who will be very late on their pit stops. And also, Vierleinen has made a couple seconds on Erish. Gap was 19 not too long ago, now 17.1. See where it is when they come across the line, 17.0, so making a bit of time. But a lot of traffic to be navigated through as well. NFT Racers BMW getting within range of the AM Racing solo effort by Worth. We may very well see a battle for position there, although they are separated by pit stops, and as you said, it's very possible the NFT Racers BMW has come in for their final stop and that they are going from here to the end.
It'll definitely be worth keeping an eye on them.
Main factor for the stint is fuel.
Say it looks like the 140 Ferrari now just outside the top 10 in P11. Now maybe just starting to stagnate on their comeback and clawback. With just that time just staying at a sort of around 5 seconds.
They're not outside of range to be talking about the overtake for the P10 position. That Mercedes in P10, the number 4, is not too far away. Really only a corner away from the 140. And we'll see how that gap changes as they come to the line here. Was right around 5 seconds, I believe. 4.8 now, so definitely gaining time. Four with a big lift, it sounded like, coming into the outer loop. And just in the background, you do see the 140 Fanatic Racing Ferrari 296 GT3. We won't quite catch them on this shot, but they are there. And another timing line where we can gauge distance between these two. And there they are just in the background. The gap was 4.8, now 5.1, so I think you're right, Philly. It is just kind of staying stagnant right around that 5-second mark.
But still a great comeback from them after being involved in an incident early on to claw their way back. And to be potentially fighting for a top 10 after come the end of this race. So an hour and 5 minutes to go, still a long time left. And a pit stop in between. As we see T. Watson in the 771 Bentley coming in from P19, making what I believe will be their final pit stop. So we'll see who takes over the car for them.
Should be the final pit stop as long as we don't have any weather, and we can see 34 minutes away from the green flag. We will not have any rain. So we will inch closer and closer to being able to see through the checkered flag. Sorry, I said green flag, through the checkered flag. The 21 McLaren Grand Ducato team comes in as well. And we've got somebody else coming into the pit lane, the BM Wobbly Mercedes, and I believe that's just it. We will have more cars coming in shortly. So for those who were on a pit strategy, which would put them coming in now, we should have a few cars coming in. Arish is going to be one who will stay out a bit longer. He stayed out very long on the last pit cycle. We'll see how long he stays out on this one. I don't think Arish will come in until we've got about 30 or so minutes left in the race. In which case he will have fresh tires, be able to run maybe a little bit less fuel, and he will have a lot of pace in that car to finish out.
And another car trying to claw their way back through the field is a 888 Mustang Team Tang, currently being piloted by R. Appleton, now just under a second behind the Too Slow Racing BMW 34.
Langley in that BMW, just going a touch over the track limits at the exit of turn 10. They come into 11, definitely seeing the threat from behind, pulls way off the racing line. Is actually, no, he's just going to concede the position and will allow the Team Tang 888 Mustang to go on ahead. The 555, sorry, the 555 BMW, Switzer Motorsport 2 in the pit lane.
As we now make 100 laps of Watkins Glen, with an hour and 1 remaining.
With an hour and 1 minute left, we will have 101 minutes, or 101 laps. Kind of 101, 101 there. It won't quite match up as it'll be like 1 minute 40 something when Arish comes across the line, but still kind of 101 minutes, 101 laps. Sorry, not 101 minutes, I am stupid, that's 61 minutes, but 101, you get the gist. Well, for 100 laps, Arish has led the majority of them. The only other person who has led any significant number of laps has been Virolainen and the Northern Lights Racing Team. But it was an overtake for position early on between Arish and Virolainen. And now it has just been the one-man show for the one-man army as the 444 Switzer Motorsport solo effort continues to ride off into the distance. As we have now reached 1 hour left to go, 75% of the way through this race, 59 minutes left, and we should see a continuation of pit stops as we do have a few cars in the pit lane. The 328 Ferrari Nova Sport with Searle behind the wheel, the oNiD Racing 772 BMW in at P25, the Pit Lane Predators Porsche in as well, and the Fanatic Virtual Racing Team Ferrari, the 140 that has made their way back up through the field, is in for their final stop. The SRN Aston Martin will come in as well. Who else do we have coming in behind? We have the 88 Trichome Mustang. And it was the NRW Performance 777 McLaren coming in as well. So a lot of final stops coming through as we have less than an hour left of this race. Those who come out or come in later will go out later. They'll have fresher tires for longer, at least longer relative to their stint. So a few different strategies out there on track for top 10s, top 20s, podiums. Still a long way to go. The 77, one of those cars to watch as they have come in about I'd say 15 minutes ago. They are going to be on a long stint to go from here to the end. Hopefully they won't have to come back in. The 737 Not Last Racing Bentley comes in for their final stop. There's still a good amount of the field yet to come in. We shouldn't see Arish, our race leader, in for a while. He stayed out quite a ways into the last pit cycle. And NFT Racers versus Team Tang Mustang. As Team Tang is trying to get back into the top 10.
And that'll be a great comeback for them. But I feel they might have some work to do holding it come the end of the race, because obviously they were one of the first to make one of the early last stops. So one of these tyres will be screaming in the last 10 minutes of this race.
Northern Lights Racing comes into the pit lane. We'll see if Virolainen stays in for the double stint or if Ozer gets back in the driver's seat. And we will still await the pit stop from U Amateurs, Schwitzer Motorsport 3. Yo Racing. The 123 will come in. This is their stop, their final stop from P3. It's got to be a perfect stop, and I think they got on the pit limiter a little early. But better safe than sorry, especially at this stage of the race, as they will now be cruising down pit lane. The 71 McLaren, the car that they are racing against, will drop off the jacks and leave the pit lane well before the U Amateurs Mustang does. But however long it takes for the 71 to get rolling, as they are now rolling, and the U Amateurs Mustang to get rolling, that will be the time that the Mustang will have to try and gain. NFT Racers have just been dropped by the Team Tang Mustang. The 59 AM Racing solo effort, BMW, is just ahead on track and also has a pit stop to make, so that should be another position given to the Team Tang Mustang, as they are now in P12. So I think they are well in with a shout at a top 10.
Yeah, they can keep this pace up and keep it pointing the right way. As you see, Ozer now taking over in that 71 McLaren.
So no double stint for Virolainen, but a quadruple stint for Irish. So we'll see how much he's got left in him at the end of this race. It's definitely going to be a push to the end, and he will surely like to see the light at the end of the tunnel should we get into our last 30 minutes or so of this race. The 99 Lexus from P6 comes into the pit lane. And we still await the 444 to come in. The 15 Porsche Pit Lane Predators off and around and just sitting. I think they may, that looks like a hardware issue there. The car is running, but they're just off the track at the S's. Now finally gets it rolling. Car never officially stalled, but maybe some issues with hardware. We'll see if they can get back rolling and back out on track. Battle for P18 between the IGL Scuderia McLaren and the Not Last Racing 737 Bentley. Do you think they went with 737 on the Bentley because it's about the same size as a Boeing 737?
Potentially. Probably fits as many passengers in as well, doesn't it?
Surely looks like it, but we'll see if they can fly like a 737, as they are going to try and fly away from the IGL Scuderia McLaren. The Schwitzer Motorsport MSA Mercedes comes into the pit lane from P10. They will have a bit of work to do. The Team Tang Mustang has gone past the AM Racing BMW, and with the Schwitzer Motorsport Mercedes in the pit lane, Team Tang, well, they are going to be on a long stint. I believe they have completed their final stop. I hope they have completed their final stop, as they will now find themselves in P10 as they pass the number 4 Mercedes. The Schwitzer MSA Mercedes now off to Jackson, out of the pit lane. Side by side, the IGL Scuderia McLaren with the oNiD Racing BMW, as that IGL McLaren was trying to go past. Did cause them to maybe lose a little bit of time to the Bentley up ahead. Back in and closing in as this overtake is starting to take shape. Bit of a mistake coming out of the outer loop from the 737. Sorry, not the outer loop, other side of the track, as they come into turn 9 from the 737 Bentley. They will concede the position to the IGL McLaren. The 59 BMW comes into the pit lane for their final stop. 50 minutes left. A bit further into the stint. Should see the 666 Schwitzer 3 Mustang come into the pit lane before too long. And is that the SRN Aston Martin behind? Yes, it is. That Aston Martin is in P7. The Schwitzer Motorsport Mustang in P4. And that Mustang will hold to the inside. They will come into the pit lane for their final stop. See if Kopsch stays in the car or not. The Schwitzer Motorsport 2 BMW comes in. They've got a bit of damage on the front of that BMW from P17. And it's a Schwitzer Motorsport double stack. The AM Racing BMW, the solo effort, off the jacks and rolling down the pit lane, as their final stop will be done.
It looks like a problem for the 771 Bentley at the bus stop. Or was that the 777? Sorry.
I believe it was the 771.
No, it was the 71. Yeah.
Looking on board, I'm looking at the steering wheel, and yes, that is big issues for the Bentley. I think they've got some suspension damage. That steering wheel is not straight. That is definitely suspension damage. They are going to be bringing that Bentley in for sure. Very unfortunate for the oNiD Bentley there. It has seen better days, that is for sure. Well, we are now well into the closing stages of this race. Arish is your leader, still yet to come into the pit lane for his final pit stop. He did stay out a lot longer on the previous stint, though. A solo driver, so stint is just pit stop to pit stop for Arish. No getting in or out of the car. Ozer back in the Northern Lights McLaren, currently running in P2. As the oNiD Bentley does make their way back to the pit lane. They will have some lengthy repairs on that Bentley. Rosnov in the U Amateurs Ford Mustang. They have sliced their way up through the field from the back. I don't think they'll have enough time to catch the race leaders, but they have found themselves in a podium position. They just need to keep it clean from here on out to the end. The 365 Mercedes around at the bus stop, but they found a hole to get it pointed back the right direction. In the not last racing Bentley, they were overtaken by the IGL Scuderia McLaren. They have not been left in the dust by the McLaren. They are still within slipstream range behind.
And look at, I mean, just looking at, I suppose that Arish has not pitted yet, as I was going to say. That's why it's showing so much of a gap. But I was just looking at where the cars were on the map and just thinking, wow, Arish is actually close to lapping P2. But of course, without making that final pit stop, they will be.
And I don't think he is any time close to coming in to get that pit stop out of the way. I think he goes for another 10 minutes or so. We've got a battle here starting to develop for P7 between the SRN Motorsport Aston Martin and the 99 2EO Lexus. Lawuger versus Druin. See how this one goes. The Lexus has a lot of speed, one of the fastest cars on the track. It's the Lexus and the Mustang, and I believe the Lexus is faster in a straight line than the Mustang. With slipstream and the long straight, you can kind of count the S's section as a bit of a straight, as there's no braking through there, just flat out. In the slipstream, you may lift just a touch. But out of turn one, and we will ride on board with the Lexus, chasing down the SRN Motorsport 153 Aston Martin. Again, just the absolutely screaming V8 in the Lexus. Also a battle we will keep our eyes on, the NFT Racers BMW and the Too Slow Racing BMW.
Yeah, they're going side by side with another. It looks like the Too Slow Racing has just got up the inside and managed to take that P11 from the NFT racers.
Hasn't been much to talk about the Too Slow Racing BMW effort, but they are not too far away from a top 10 potentially. They do have to catch up to the Team Tang Mustang or a mistake from somebody up ahead, as we still have the full Project Racer Mustang. That may be what holds back the Too Slow Racing BMW from a top 10. So we'll wait and see when that 213 Mustang comes in. Lexus still within slipstream of the Aston Martin. This battle for P7. And when that Mustang comes in, that will turn this into the battle for P6. And the NFT Racers BMW trying to hold on to the Too Slow Racing BMW, but I don't think they will quite be able to hold the gap. Between the Aston Martin and the Lexus, it's getting a bit interesting. The Too Slow Mustang just up ahead. They have blue flags. They will yield. And Lowoger in the Lexus still trying to find some sort of an opportunity to get past or get alongside the Aston Martin. Has the superior top speed. Just needs to find the opening. The race leader of Arish has come in. 41 minutes left to go. He will be one of the few to go as long as possible. And he will be on fresher tires towards the end of the race than any of his competitors. It's a bit of a slow stop, had to find the pit box. As long as everything is nice and clean for Arish, should be just fine. Bring it out from here to the end and maybe push a little bit on this last stint to ensure the race lead, but has a large enough gap that you shouldn't have too many reasons to worry. Battle for P7 continuing. We're a couple laps in now. I want to say that there is a battle for P18 between Too Slow and Not Last Racing, but that Too Slow McLaren does have a pit stop still to come in and serve.
Lexus now within touching distance of the 153. Aston Martin and now in the way as well. Porsche is just going to play into the hands of the Lexus. I don't think it is. Doing a good job of just letting the pair fight.
I think the 153 Aston there did not want the 99 Lexus to get any bit of that Porsche slipstream, so they just dove over and kind of cut that off. Did not want to open up the inside whatsoever. This is going to be quite the battle. Drive-through penalty for track limits for the 555 Schwitzer Motorsport BMW, as Fitter in the 399 Too Slow McLaren. That McLaren was running in the top 10. But they had a disconnect in the pit lane, or just an issue in the pit lane. Took them quite a while to get back out, and they went down about 10 positions. So both of those cars will come in the pit lane. Schwitzer Motorsport 2 instantly serving that drive-through penalty. And getting slightly closer is the 99 to the 153, but still no dice, nothing doing yet. getting closer and closer. I will be right back, Philly. Keep on with us with this battle for P7 with the 153 and the 99.
Yeah, no problem. Trying to get a good exit out of the final corner, hoping to gain as much ground on this start-finish straight and get a good exit out of turn one. Try and get a good line going into the bus stop, or at least try and put some pressure on. See is slightly faster than the 153 Aston Martin SRM Motorsport, but obviously being fast is one thing, being able to overtake is another. Looks like both cars just compromising their lines and both going a little bit out of shape in the corner, but both being able to recover and not losing too much time. So it certainly isn't going to help ruin the fight for position.
Fully expected this battle to be over by the time I got back, but I guess not. They are going to continue on.
And to be fair, even though Salah has got obviously one more pit stop to serve, they are also capturing him for P6 as well.
Yeah, that should promote just about everybody back, well, about from P6 possibly back to P13 should promote everybody a position. It's not a long pit lane, but it's a long pit stop, especially if you're doing a driver swap and everything. Now the overtake may start to come to fruition for the 99 side by side into turn one, but the 153 will not give it up so easily. Goes wide around the outside.
Could that be a track limit warning?
Could possibly be, only will be if it was faster. And I think at this point of the race, doesn't matter if it's a track limit warning or not. If it gains you whatever you need, as they'll go side by side through the bus stop. The 99 gives it back. What has happened? Has he hit the ignition or the starter? I think maybe just got on the brakes, expecting absolute calamity into the bus stop, but has given the position back and a lot of time.
Yeah, and now puts another car in between themselves and P7.
Update a bit further back. Durica with the NFT Racers BMW is well under attack by Hupert in the Schwitzer MSA number 4 Mercedes. And going very defensive is the NFT Racers BMW. I don't think it will be enough to hold back that number 4 Mercedes. They go for the cutback through turn one. It's not quite going to work there. But they want to get alongside through the S's. We haven't seen much door-to-door racing through the S's, and I don't think we will yet. The full Project Racer Mustang comes into the pit lane from P6, so they will promote quite a bit of the field behind up a position. So I think that should bump the too slow BMW into the top 10. Side by side, Schwitzer MSA and NFT Racers. The BMW still holding on to the position, but this is a hard-fought battle. And having to check up on the brakes as to not make contact. The Mercedes wanted to go around the outside. They will possibly be able to line up around the outside. What about the switcheroo from 8 into 9? I don't think it will quite work. They just continue to lap one behind the other. Sorry to say it, Philly, but I don't think we're going to be getting any rain in this race.
No, I think you're right there. Gonna stay dry, which is a bit of a shame, but it's still been some great racing, as you can see right now. Looks like the 99 Lexus has got back to where they were. There's the 153 Aston for take 2.
Well, they may have.
This 4 Mercedes is trying to line up the overtake on the 77. Managed to give up the inside line for the bus stop.
Side by side through the bus stop they go, and the Schwitzer MSA Mustang slots in ahead, and they gain quite a bit of position. You were talking about the 99 and the 153. While yes, they are close enough to each other there, they have the 4th place in RW Performance McLaren in between the two of them. Makes that overtake a bit more difficult. The 737 Bentley of Not Last Racing off and around at the S's. Don't know exactly what caused that. Don't know the extent of their damage, if any. Doesn't seem like they have too much damage on that car, but still yellow flags for them at the S's. The NRW Performance McLaren has gone ahead, and now it's business as usual. And I thought that the Too Slow Racing BMW was done with their pit stops, but I guess not. So it's not going to be a top 10 finish for the Too Slow BMW. Things getting a bit more interesting for this battle for P6. We had the P4 777 NRW Performance McLaren involved in this fight. Now we have the race leader, the Schwitzer Motorsport 444 Irish at the helm, who has now lapped the field as well. Or lapped the field up to P4. Heinz in the NRW Performance McLaren now trying to not be lapped. Not that it would necessarily do too much, but just behind the 153 and the 99, side by side as they come into the bus stop. They are still a bit sensible, as they are not going to completely ruin each other's races just yet, but give us about 15-20 more minutes, that may change, as the elbows will start to come out as we get closer to the end. I'm a bit surprised to see that we haven't had too many elbows out incidents in this race, or at least not that we have seen.
No, just on the, just maybe on the first lap, maybe a bit too many elbows out there, and then they all realised it's not the way to do it.
At least not with 3 hours and 59 minutes left in the race. When you've got maybe 28 minutes or say 10 minutes or even 5 minutes left in the race and you're fighting for position, then the elbows are a little bit more justified.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think 5-10 minutes left, you can get the elbows out. I don't think I could probably last for 20 minutes though. As we see a stop go 30 for the 737 Bentley.
And they just had
Not
that
racing.
damage, and I think they came in to repair. And that's just a bit of a kick while you're down there. So unfortunate for the 737 Bentley team.
With 27 minutes remaining, I wonder how many more positions are going to change. I feel this P6-7 battle is definitely not over. And it still could be either Alexis or the Aston will take it. Apart from that, I think the field is pretty much... I mean, to be fair, we have seen a stop a drive-through, haven't we, for track limits, so there still is that.
Still the possibility of drive-throughs. There's still the possibility of incidents. I mean...
Yeah, we've seen a few bus stop incidents. There's still time for people to get that wrong.
And there's still plenty of back markers no matter where you are. I mean, if you're in P4, you're a back marker at this point, so majority of the field all mixed up. Battles or maybe some disagreements on where everybody belongs on track. Things can go south very quickly, especially in the closing stages.
As we see there, the 777 McLaren just getting the bus stop wrong and having to run out wide on the exit, and just undoing all that good work and having to let this P6, P7 battle through and continue.
The Team Tang Mustang, they had made their way up to the top 10. They're now going to drop outside of that top 10. It has been a mega effort from the Team Tang team to try and regain some lost positions, but might be just a little too late for them. We'll see where they are when they come out of the pit lane, as the 737 Bentley goes past, serving their 30-second stop and go. Is it late braking for the Lexus? Wanted it to be. They're side by side. I thought there might have been a touch, but there is not. And if you're in that 777 McLaren, maybe you step on the brakes or lift off the throttle just a bit. As like we said, it's kind of getting time for elbows out. We'll see if the SRN Motorsport Aston Martin is able to attack this position back. The Lexus defensive in, and yes, the elbows are out. Running through the grass is the SRN Aston Martin. That's definitely not going to help them fight that position back, and now the Lexus able to breathe just a bit. So it's P6 for the 2EO number 99 Lexus. And the NRW Performance McLaren says, okay, I'll take my positions back now, and we'll move my way back through now that you guys seem to be done with your little scuffle. think you have to commend Erish for his effort 4 hours straight, and he has been nothing short of hammered down minimal mistakes. I mean, he made some mistakes, but the mistakes that Erish made were maybe carrying a bit too much speed into this corner or that corner. And for 4 hours straight, that being the extent of your mistakes, that is quite the effort. It's not over yet, so a bit of a knock on wood to remove the commentator's curse from Erish, but pretty much has no threat as of right now, and shouldn't, especially as we get to 20 minutes left to go. The 555 Schwitzer Motorsport BMW, they have every now and then had a couple issues. I think still having a little bit of an issue, but continuing on. That 140 Fanatic Virtual Racing, they're behind the 77 NFT Racers BMW and the Schwitzer MSA Mercedes for P10, but I'd say still, even with their damage and having to repair coming back to P12, is, at least as far as they're gone, a respectable position to be in.
Respectable position, and now with just 20 minutes left remaining on this race on 123 laps.
Where did you say that we would get? About 130, 139?
Yeah, 138, but that doesn't include pit stops, so it's probably what, 135 maybe. Maybe just short of that, 130.
It'll still be
3-ish. 133-ish, 134, we'll say.
Still closer to the ballpark than I would have guessed. Sure, if I sat down and did the calculations and stuff, I could have gotten close, but I did not do the calculations, so I would have had zero clue on what kind of lap count we would be looking at towards the end. The 44, the BM wobbly Mercedes, and that Mercedes has a broken wing. I don't think that Mercedes is going to go much further. They are still waiting for an open position on track, which I don't think is going to be afforded for them as they get massively hit and fly. And they return to the garage for the number 44 Mercedes. That, I don't know if anyone was actually directly involved in that or it was just a hit of wings, but did you see that, Philly?
I did see it, and I didn't know what happened because it almost looked like they went absolutely flying, but the car, what supposedly hit them, like nothing happened to them. Didn't lose any speed, so very
interesting.
It was a glitch in the Matrix.
And I'm sure that will be clipped for later, as we usually don't get Mercedes flying 20 feet in the air and doing double pirouettes.
Too Slow Racing BMW number 34. With D. Ingham currently driving, closing up on the 88 Mustang. 14, sorry.
It's 2 seconds. We'll watch the gap. Oh, 1.6, so they actually do seem to be gaining quite a bit. We'll see how much they're able to catch. They're not going to get the top 10 that they were just really one pit stop away from getting. They should be able, they'll at least have a chance at getting this P14 away from the Tricome number 88 Mustang. Going side by side around the chute with the Pit Lane Predator Porsche is not going to be the way that you really gain time on that car ahead, so we'll see how that delta has changed as they come across the Sector 2 timing line, and it kind of just holds steady, so that's good for them there. And we'll see if the Too Slow team can catch up to P14. I do believe that this is one of our few battles on track. I say that we do have a battle for P21 with the other Too Slow Racing car. This is directly in contention. Too Slow Racing versus oNiD Racing. They will have the 399 Too Slow McLaren that will fit in between. .34 Too Slow BMW still catching up to the Tricome Mustang. As we have just 15 minutes left to go in this race. Gap down to 1.3 between Too Slow and Tricome. And a bit of a wiggle on corner exit from the Tricome Mustang. That will close the gap less than a second as they came across the Sector 2 timing line. And now through turn 8. Too Slow BMW is going to be within slipstream range of the Tricome Mustang. Getting a much better run out of the final corner. Is the Tricome Mustang just going to hold station on the inside and try to defend, or will they allow the 34 BMW by? It's going to be a defense. But the BMW is right behind. We'll go on board with the Mustang, looking behind at that BMW. Mustang, one of the quickest cars on track with the BMW. No slouch, and with the slipstream help will actually start to close. But I don't think it will be quite close enough for an overtake into the bus stop. BMW does get a much better run out of the bus stop. It kind of opens up that gap as they come through the outer loop. Down into the braking zone for the chute. They come down into the boot. Things starting to get a bit closer between these two. Half a second, the gap between at the previous timing line. Also, the number 4 Schwitzer Motorsport MSA Mercedes, 2 seconds away from the 213 Full Project Racer Mustang. And I think we may have a couple battles for position as this race closes out. And trying to push a bit too hard is the 34 too slow BMW, grazing the wall at corner entry. Don't think that will have caused too much damage to the BMW, but it's not going to make it any better.
Now D Spiller also within touching distance of that 783 Mustang for that P21. And like you say, we've also got B Hooper in the number 4 Mercedes. Also we're getting closer to that 213 Mustang, so it's still not over. With only 10 minutes left of this 4-hour endurance, positions are still anyone's to have.
I think the 783 too slow Mustang, well, the too slow Mustang had just gotten the position away. They will give it back to the oNiD Bentley. And I wonder, I think there may have been contact between the 213 and the 4 as they were both extremely slow coming out of the bus stop. Don't know exactly what caused that there. Delver and Dingham continuing on with their battle for P14 as we are now less than 10 minutes left to go. As we talked about earlier, if the elbows are going to come out, they're going to come out now. Too slow Mustang will try and gain the position against the oNiD Bentley. The too slow BMW will still try to catch up to the Tricome Mustang. Still not much doing for the too slow BMW and the too slow Mustang. Not catching the Bentley either. Hooper actually opening up the gap to the 213 Mustang for P9. Bingham may now have as good of an opportunity as any for this overtake for P14. Nothing working into turn 1, but a full run in the slipstream as they come to the bus stop may yield some positive for the overtake. Still not much doing as they come through the bus stop. Eris, your race leader, now lapping, or putting another lap on the 213 Full Project Racer Mustang as they get it wrong and go outside into the wall. The 4 Schwitzer MSA Mercedes will go through. And I don't know if that was maybe team coordinated to try and help the 4 or not, but the 213 gets caught out, hard contact with the outside wall. And the gap now growing between the 2 slow BMW and the Tricone Mustang. The gap has grown between the oNiD Bentley and the 2 slow Mustang as well.
And that is unfortunate for the 213. Looks like not enough damage for a pit stop, which is good to see. But
I think at this point of the race, if the steering wheel is still pointed straight when you're going down a straight line, it's good enough to take it to the finish. We will see if there is anything still doing for the 88 and the 34. But I think just caught in the vortex is Dingham. Catching is one thing, passing is another. A bit wide into the chute though for the Tricone Mustang, so it's not over. Just not looking so good for the 34. There is still your leader. And by a large margin, we'll see if we get a Schwitzer side by side with the 444 and the 4 of Hubert, as they will not be far away from each other on track. Still Dover and Dingham on their fight for P14. The gap just holding steady. Kind of getting into a now or never situation for 2 slow racing. And what has happened here? The 783 Mustang in the pit lane, and maybe they were just off strategy, as that is a very late pit stop to make. With just 5 minutes left, I think maybe that was just a miscalculation on fuel. Uh-oh, we have a battle between the SRN Motorsport Aston Martin and the Grand Ducato number 21 McLaren. We haven't talked about this Grand Ducato McLaren team in quite a while. The last time we talked about the SRN Aston Martin, they were being overtaken by the 99 Lexus, and the 783, the 2 slow Mustang, gets a 30-second stop and go for speeding in pit lane that they will serve before the end of the race. Well, Philly, we are just a couple laps left to go.
yes, we are. What a great race it has been. So that will be 135 laps of Watkins Glen. And there's still a few battles left to be decided, which is always good to see after a 4-hour endurance. But Eris has absolutely walked this one, hasn't he? After taking the lead sort of within the first 5 laps, he has managed to gain a good gap and get that fastest lap in there as well.
The 21 of Stefanoka and the Gran Ducato McLaren. He made contact with the inside wall coming up through the S's as they came down the stretch before the bus stop. But this battle is well on and will not be over until the end. Same thing with the battle for P14. So we'll just kind of try to keep track of both of those battles there. We will get 2 laps left in this race, as Arish will start lap 134. So yes, you are right. We will get 135 laps left to go. It's up to Arish whether or not he ends this race here or not. He could slow down by about 10 seconds and end the race. I don't think he...
We might even get a few more then, yeah. We might even get 2 more laps after this, mightn't we? Depending on where he comes at the start-finish line. Will he slow down so he doesn't have to do another one, or will he want to do another one?
It's whether or not Arish is done. And I mean, if you've been driving for 4 hours straight, is 2 minutes more not that bad, or is 2 minutes more say, it's not worth it? Aston Martin still trying to hold on to P7 from the Gran Ducato McLaren. The Tricombe Mustang still trying to hold on to P14.
Yeah, there's a battle between the 77 Jurica NFT racers and the Fanatical 140 now, trying to make their way into the top 10.
And that's elbows out there from the 140 as they came out of the chute. So we've got multiple battles on track to try and keep track of here as we get into the final lap of this race. SRN versus Gran Ducato, not much doing there. NFT Racers, they are going to have quite a time. So the Fanatic Virtual Racing Team may find themselves with that P10, and I think that the Fanatic Virtual Racing Team Ferrari kind of deserves it, and they make contact with the 777. They go around. That's your P4 McLaren, contact with the 140, and now they're going to lose quite a few positions in that, as we've got a major pileup. I think 2 or 3 cars involved there. Arish has started the final lap of this race. The SRN Aston Martin with the Gran Ducato McLaren behind.
So yeah, Arish crossed the line with only a couple seconds of the race to go. So like you say, he's just flat out all the way. He doesn't mind the extra lap. No slowing down from him. But of course, with that little incident, like we said, anything can happen. And on the penultimate lap as well, what a shame. But again, I'm sure there's a few drivers who won't be complaining, because that has, of course, pushed the Team Tang Mustang 888 back up into the top 10.
And don't know if you missed it, but NFT Racers had to come in for a splash and dash. I think they weren't going to have enough fuel.
Oh wow, so they even pushed it close to the limit as well.
So Dingham will move up a position there. Dingham, Tricombe, everybody who is behind NFT Racers will move up a position. I don't think Dingham close enough for that overtake there. Stay on with this battle between the 153 for just a moment, but it's the Schwitzer Motorsport team, all 4 cars put together, as they will cross the line. They're not quite 4 abreast, but 2 by 2 and waving, flashing lights. Arish takes home the win of the oNiD Community Racing 4-hour. Brought to you by Hound and hosted on SimGrid. But it's a battle to the final corner for the SRN Aston Martin and the 21 Gran Ducato McLaren, but it's not going to be close enough. SRN takes the position, finishes P7, Gran Ducato finishes P8. This battle between the Tricombe Mustang and the too slow BMW will not end in a swap-up position. Tricombe will take P12, Dingham and the too slow BMW will take P13. And it's donuts galore for the 444 Mustang of Arish. And I think that that is rightfully earned, as he has done the 4 hours. The one-man army has pulled off the effort. And there's lots of donuts headlights going all over the place. The 123, the U Amateurs Mustang, from last to third. They wanted last to first, wasn't quite able to make it, but last to third. The Northern Lights Racing Team, McLaren, no celebration there, but they bring home P2. Our final car to cross the line will be the 272 Vindex Motorsport BMW. And that will bring an end to tonight's race. Schwitzer Motorsport P1, Northern Lights Racing P2, U Amateurs P3, NRW Performance P4, Schwitzer Motorsport 3 P5, 2EO Racing P6, SRN Motorsport P7, Grand Ducato P8, Schwitzer Motorsport MSA P9, Team Tang P10, Fanatic Virtual Racing P11, Trichome Racing P12, Dingham in the Too Slow Racing BMW P13, Full Project Racer P14, NFT Racers P15, AM Racing Solo Effort there P16, Too Slow Racing Fiddy Disconnects P17, Schwitzer Motorsport 2 P18, IGL Scuderia P19, Not Less Racing P20, oNiD Racing 771 P21, Vindex Motorsport P22, Nova Sport P23, oNiD 772 P24, Too Slow Mustangs P25, BM Wobbly number 2 P26, Pit Lane Predators P27, BM Wobbly number 1 P28, Bademeister P29, Phoenix Endurance USA P30, Depot Racing P31, GT Motorsport P32, Full Project Racer Wallbreaker P33, Lamaxo Esports P34, Phoenix Endurance UK P35, and Full Project Racer Wallbreaker, I believe the second car there, rounding out the back of the field. Well, thank you, Philly. It was good first time commentating with you.
No, thank you very much. I mean, yeah, I felt that was a great race and an outstanding effort by all drivers involved.
Congrats to our podium. Switcher Motorsport with Irish, Northern Lights Racing with Virolainen and Ozer, and the U Amateurs team of Rajnav, Zaitsev, and Kirichenko. So, 4 hours complete. Thank you, Philly, for joining me in the booth.
Thank you for hosting and thank you for having me. And yeah, if anybody would like to get involved or find out more, please head over to oNiD Racing. I'll find them on SimGrid and on Discord.
Links to the Discord are in the Twitch chat. And if you would like to support our co-commentator, Krabby or Philly57 on Twitch, there is a link to his Twitch channel. Throw him a follow. And thank you all. Thank you, Philly, and I think we'll continue on with our night.
Yeah, thank you. Take care.
Thank you for everyone for tuning in, and we'll all see you next time. Maybe some more coverage from oNiD for me in the future. But again, thank you all for tuning in.